So the nature of warfare has changed. What you just saw in the video is only a sampling of what today's battle space looks like and what the future will hold. Our future leaders, they're the students that are in this room and across campus, will see a battlefield that we are only imagining. However, current students here, the other senior military colleges and the military academies, will lead personnel, manage equipment and machines to deter others and win battles that were fought on a myriad of fronts. The world in battle space is not imaginary, but will be very real. My name is Travis Morris, and I have the honor and privilege of being the director for the Peace and War Center and the executive director for the Military Writers Symposium. So the Military Writers Symposium is the only event of its kind in the United States. We are tasked to advance our understanding of the security challenges around the globe for the 21st century. Our charge and mandate is to select themes that are relevant to our current and future leaders, whether they are military or serving as civilians. We've been doing this for 28 years, and we have addressed some of the globe's leading security issues and have brought some of the best minds on campus to advance our understanding of these challenges. So over the next 2 days, we have an excellent program for you. I would like to encourage you to attend as many sessions as you can. Students, ask questions, and we have some incredible guests that are here on our campus today. Interact with them, shake their hand, ask them to sign their books. One objective for the symposium is this, that after you have attended the sessions and you've engaged with our esteemed guests, we want you, faculty, students, and staff, to advance your understanding of artificial intelligence and robotics, and to understand what that means now and what that means for the future. So in order to accomplish that, it's a team effort. Every year we partner with scholars and experts, and we invite them to campus to share with us their expertise. So this year we can better understand the nexus between artificial intelligence and robotics. And to our guests that are here, we thank you in advance. The Military Writers Symposium and the Kobe Award would not be possible without the support of the university leadership and the Pritzker Military Museum and Library in Chicago. A heartfelt thanks to President Anarumo, sir, for your support. The Dean and Provost, Dr. Karen Gaines, thank you, ma'am. The Associate Provost for Research and Chief Research Officer, Dr. Tara Kulkarni. The Military Writers Associates, and NU's development team for their continued support. So President Anarumo recently published a 2022 presidential position paper to serve as a mechanism to share his vision for Norwich. The title of that document reads, Proud Heritage, Infinite Future. The 2022 symposium theme, Robots Rising, Arming Artificial Intelligence, along with the Leahy School of Cybersecurity and Advanced Computing, are directly tied to our infinite future. If I may, a quote from the paper. I quote, whether using artificial intelligence to create more effective policing strategies, data analytics to build more resilient businesses, machine learning for more affordable medical devices, or quantum computing to protect our cyber networks and national infrastructure, the world will know that a Norwich graduate is ready for the future economy. Now, end quote. Preparing leaders for the future has been our business for over 200 years. It's what we do. It's what we always will do. So now it's my pleasure and honor to introduce President Dr. Mark Anarumo, Norwich University's 24th president, to render his remarks. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Travis, very much. And everyone, I want to take a moment to really acknowledge and celebrate Dr. Travis Morris, whose real first name is William, and his incredible work. You know, the work on next year's Military Writers Symposium starts the day that the current one ends, and he started working on this last October. Truly extraordinary job, Travis, and very, very well done. Am I too close or too far to this thing? I'm getting feedback. I think I have too much bling. I have to modify my uniform. And I also want to acknowledge Megan Liptak. She's leaning against the wall. She does a lot of the behind-the-scenes work to make sure this conference goes off without a hitch. We're incredibly fortunate to have her in the seat. I want everyone to notice and recognize, I'm not sure if you can see her in the virtual audience, but she's wearing a dress that has emblazoned on it the image of a robot rising. And if you talk about commitment to the craft, well done, Ms. Liftak. But the two of them have worked incredibly hard behind the scenes. And of course, our facilities crew, our AV crew, all have done such extraordinary, great work to bring this symposium to life. So, welcome all of you. It's our 27th Military Writers Symposium. That's extraordinary. This is the only one of its kind in the United States, and we're extremely proud of that. And we want to welcome those in person, of course, but also those in the virtual environment, which I'm sure is numbering in the hundreds already from around the world. So we always offer this event to explore critical and timely topics to make sure we're future relevant. That is one of our cornerstones as an institution. There are many great symposia across higher education in the United States and the world. They cover wonderful topics that are meaningful and very important to the human condition and human society. But what makes us so extraordinarily unique is that we're always focusing this symposium on what is emerging as a critical topic that we must face as a larger and fully collaborative community of learning. Because things are changing. We just saw the video about warfare. Everyone, I was in Washington, D.C. all week. I got in very late last night, and I was at the Association U.S. Army, the AUSA conference, and where they had miles of indoor convention space displaying the future of warfare, and it is heavily reliant on artificial intelligence and the emerging fields that are related to AI. And it is extraordinary, not what's coming anymore, but what's already here, and how quickly this will continue to change, because things are changing very, very quickly. And it's not just the rate of change, but it's the complexity of that change that is becoming so problematic for us to understand. So it's critical that Norwich be at the forefront of all this, not just to understand it, but to lead in the affiliated areas. And right here on campus, upstairs, we now have the Senator Patrick Leahy School. And in that school, our students are tackling critical topics, while undergraduate students really, at some of them, at a PhD level. And it is truly extraordinary what our students are doing with the guidance of our incredible faculty. Some of the research are, cutting edge and future focus for sure. For example, forensics analysis of secondhand embedded systems, assessing suitability and security of voting software, testing the efficacy of brain-computer interaction devices, or BCI, and the application of next-gen gaming systems to support future law enforcement investigations. And through these efforts, we're demonstrating as an institution our commitment to graduating leaders who can compete and win in all future environments. And that's been part of our organization, our institutional identity since our founding in 1819. Our graduates literally built the first railroads. They tamed the frontier. They mastered the world's oceans. And they, of course, led with distinction both in and out of uniform over the course of 203 years. We haven't just been excellent, we have been leaders in all fields. But we must not be complacent. And the theme of this wonderful symposium and its continuation shows that we are not complacent. We must always look to the horizon. We have to look to the horizon both in our physical world, but also in the virtual world and the virtual domains that are becoming just as challenging and just as threatening as the real one. Among the fields we'll ensure that Norwich plays a key role are the areas that we'll cover over the next few days. And that includes artificial intelligence, but it also includes emerging areas like quantum computing that I keep talking about every chance I get, because I do consider quantum computing to be the next great leap in human evolution. And I believe that quantum computing will be just as important, if not more so, than the advent of nuclear weapons in the last century. In these areas, Norwich will again be a leader, and we have the foundation established to move into these new fields seamlessly. I'm looking in the audience at our esteemed cyber faculty. Our cyber programs are now entering their 25th year. We're nationally ranked in digital forensics and cybersecurity. We have innovated, and we've also helped pave the way for many other schools to set up cyber programs. We'll continue to be great, but we're going to continue to collaborate to ensure we share all of that greatness with others. Because doing it just here on our campus in Vermont does not help the human condition. We have to share our excellence, and we have, and we will continue to do so. And our students and researchers that are here in Central Vermont, they are at the center of a perfect storm of extraordinary opportunities. We have the Leahy School here now. We have our Cipher Research Center, the Norwich University Applied Research Institutes, or NUARI, and the Senior Military College Cyber Institutes, which is a fully collaborative effort that we lead with 5 other institutions. Our online bachelor's and graduate programs are bringing Norwich cybersecurity education excellence across the world, and we're now in the process of making our online programs more accessible and completely affordable to a limitless range of potential students. So we will collaborate and grow with those who wish to leverage our excellence in partnership. And all of you, by being here with us, either in person or virtually, are now our partners in collaboration. We're here together to explore some of the most important topics of our age. Robotics, artificial intelligence, and cyber have advanced at an unprecedented rate over the last 10 years. AI systems and robotics are now woven into all sectors of society, including infrastructure, business, security, and of course, defense. People across the world engage online and carry internet-enabled monitoring devices literally 24/7. And we continue to trend away from good security practices for the sake of convenience, and in some cases for the simple case of personal notoriety. The amount of data generated and shared in our era of portable media and hyperconnectivity is astounding, and it's approaching the word immeasurable. The potential for security disaster is also present on an individual, national, and global scale because of this connectivity. So through the symposium, we will address some of the critical issues that are emerging because of these threats together. We will answer questions like how to train citizen soldiers to lead in environments that do not yet even exist, how to combat against hacking of essential infrastructure, ways the deployment of AI robots will alter the future battlefield. And based on what I've seen over the last few days at that event I just attended, I'm telling all of you very clearly it's already here. And a critical question that fascinates me personally: will AI networks engage in direct combat with other AI networks? And I think the answer to that question is obvious. And the better question is likely, when will that first take place, and what new threats to humankind will emerge as a result? So our 2022 Norwich University Military Writers Symposium brings together leading experts that will help us think through these questions, and also think through the scenarios that are almost beyond our current comprehension, but they're ones that our graduates in their generation will face as soon as they walk off this campus. So I would like to now offer my personal welcome to the great thinkers and leaders who will help us through these topics over the next few days. And the first is Mr. John Abele, who's sitting in the front here, the retired founding chairman of Boston Scientific, and you'll hear from him next. His vision for more than 4 decades has seamlessly paired cutting-edge technology with less invasive medicine and care. And I'll tell you that I've had the privilege of working and speaking with John several times before this event. He is one of the deepest thinkers that I have ever met, and I'm so delighted to have you back on campus, sir. We also celebrate and welcome author August Cole, whose calling card is exploring the future of warfare through fiction, and whose significant expertise blurs the lines between reality and the future state. Dr. Lyle Goldstein, Director of Asia Engagement for Defense Priorities, and through him, we see where maritime security and nuclear security intersect with cyber. The 2022 William E. Colby Award winner, Wesley Morgan, a renowned journalist whose keen eye and investigative reporting represent the key role media plays in an informed society. Sharon Weinberger, National Security and Foreign Policy Editor of the Wall Street Journal and author of a deep dive into DARPA and its role as an Imagineer of war. And finally, fantasy and science fiction author Martha Wells, exploring writing and fiction, which is the DNA of this 27-year-old symposium. And finally, I'd like to offer a personal welcome to Ambassador Meron Rubin, the Israeli Consulate General from New England. Ambassador Rubin has been on campus many times, and we are always delighted to host him and his team. Welcome again, sir. So all our speakers and all of you participants, and we expect to have lively discussion and hear inputs from all in attendance. You're going to help us engage the present while developing our understanding of the future, and we are all so incredibly fortunate to have you here. We are Norwich, and if you haven't heard it yet, we are the National Leadership University. And in that capacity, we are proud to host each of you as members of our community of learning. Thank you all for being here. Please engage, and please have a wonderful symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, President Anarumo. So it is my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome Mr. John Abele, not only back to campus, but also just to share some remarks and his experience with 4 decades of working with artificial intelligence. As President Anarumo mentioned, he's a pioneer, and what makes that even more special is he's a Vermonter. He's a leader in the field of less invasive medicine, and so when we're talking about artificial intelligence, we can talk about Department of Defense, we can talk about cyber, but it's also incredibly important that we talk about the medical industry, and sir, you are here for that reason. For more than 4 decades, John has devoted himself to innovation in healthcare, business, and solving social problems, including the ethics of developing new technology, which is a conversation in of itself, AI, robotics, and ethics. He's retired founding chairman of Boston Scientific Corporation. So let me just pause there. If you don't know what Boston Scientific is, I would encourage you to Google that, because it has helped shape the globe, and you're looking at the gentleman that's been at the tip of that. He holds numerous patents and has published and lectured extensively on technical, social, economic, and political trends and issues affecting healthcare. His major interests of science include science literacy for children, education, and the process by which new technology is invented, developed, and deployed into society. One of his passions is to work with FIRST Robotics, which is an international program, works with high school kids to make them being science literate and understanding those dimensions in a way that's cool and fun, and that's a quote. Additionally, the development of the Cambridge Conference Center Institute, which is a conferencing institute whose mission is to research, develop, and teach improved methods for interactive conferencing, problem solving, and conflict resolution. It also involves strategic planning and new methods for learning, and generally to help groups become collectively intelligent. It's an incredibly important endeavor, and as you can see from my remarks, that John is also interested in reaching the younger generation and transforming them. John, again, sir, we are honored by your presence. Thank you for coming back to Norwich. Thank you for sharing your time and in advance sharing your comments and insights with us. So let's give him a round of applause.
Well, first of all, let me compliment you for having started this program years ago. It's quite relevant, I think. Studying history of how we got to where we are is very important to learn where you're going to go. Sometimes when we get into situations like we are now, it's very difficult. I don't have all the badges. I'm getting a little bit of a feedback. We've turned the dial down. First of all, I think the topic is just awfully relevant. The questions I looked at, in particular on AI, are very difficult and in some ways unanswerable. We are going into an incredible field of the unknown, of what's going to happen. I am sort of weirdly unprepared to talk about it. But in fact, that's what is useful, I submit. Sometimes war is too important to leave to the generals. Sometimes you need outsiders to see through different windows these same problems. And in case of some of these questions here, medicine has been going through the same traumatic challenges, a lot of resistance to the use of AI in medicine. Robotics has gradually been increasing, but it's not produced the results that they thought. It has not increased the ability of to be able to do more patients less expensively, and this is what it has to do. Let's just go back in history for a second to this guy here. In 1953, he became the first secretary of the Communist Party, therefore the head of the Soviet Union. He was the second person after Stalin. Very, very interesting background to take over the leadership of the country in that context. And he did some amazing things. He is the person who was responsible for Sputnik, 1957 specifically. And remember, that scared the living daylights out of people in the West. And Russia was really showing that they could lead in this area. And in fact, we owe them a great thank you because it got us off our duff, if you will. And we spent a lot of effort doing work in that area. Khrushchev was kind of a weird guy. He would pound his shoe. He spoke at the UN and definitely attracted attention, if you will. That was part of his character. That is how he got people to notice him. That is how he was demonstrating his hatred and disappointment, if you will, on the Western systems. He was kind of the John McEnroe of leaders of the world, who sort of introduced the concept of being really obnoxious on a tennis court. But he's most famous for, in 1956, believe it or not, saying these words to a group of Western leaders, including NATO, who, after he said them, walked out of the audience. Obviously, what we thought on our side of the ocean was that he was going to use the hydrogen bomb, which, by the way, they had developed in 1952, 1953, and mostly from our plans, of course. But that's the way it was. Anyway, when you hear that, and then you follow what actually happened, what he said, and then what he said later, you realize he really wasn't saying this. He was saying that. You will bury you. The seeds for destruction of your system of living are built into it. Now, as it turns out, they're also built into socialism and communism and so forth. You have to work hard to avoid these things. But he was making a point that this is one of those situations where the enemy doesn't wear a uniform. The enemy, in fact, is working in your world. You can't tell them apart. The same thing was said by this man, Karl Marx. Again, it was back to the proletariat are going to take over, the seeds of destruction are so forth, are built into your system. Let me ask you a question that's relevant to what Khrushchev said. How many of you have seen the documentary called The Social Dilemma? Raise your hand if you have. A few of you have. It's a frightening movie. It was produced by an individual. It wasn't produced by the government. It was produced by an individual named Tristan Harris, and he'd been a successful entrepreneur in the tech world. And the question is, what he asked down there, how do you end up changing the behavior of billions of people around the world with the technology? Well, we're watching it every day now. We are part of that. So the real problem of humanity, stated by E.O. Wilson. How many of you know who E.O. Wilson is? He died recently. He's the ant guy. He was a scientist at Harvard. But in studying ants, he was also understanding how human species and other species behave. And he points out that we have kind of a Paleolithic emotions, medieval thinking, and then we have this God-like technology. Well, does it make sense that the God-like technology can be managed responsibly by the people who Paleolithic and with medieval institutions? And I don't think that's changed since he said it. And we live in this bizarre attention economy. That's what they point out, that Tristan Harris in his movie talked about. And in this one, we're not the customer, we're actually the product. And this is something that I think people still don't get when they get addicted to whatever they're watching on a screen. And it gets better. It's higher resolution, better colors, good-looking things in it. It's all part of this attention economy, and then driving that wherever that attention would go and give whoever is doing it benefit. Getting your attention is the key, and you can get addicted to attention. In fact, we all are. As a number of psychiatrists have observed and neuroscientists, our brains have actually changed because of our exobrains that we carry with us. And in fact, now facade is more important than substance. And there are tools in these attention grabbers, if you will, that can feed to that, the Instagrams of the world. And that's just one of many, as you know. We have a family foundation called the Argosy Foundation. And in that, we have a number of portfolios that we focus on. One of them is misinformation and the concerns we have, and this is driven, of course, by AI to a large extent, is what can we do to use the same tools that drove that attention towards a company or towards whatever they're trying to give you to, towards changing the culture of our society. Now, that's a big task, obviously, but hey, it's been done before. It tends to get done in a crisis. A huge disaster, a war, so forth. People pull together, now not perfectly, but more than they do now. In a way, our success in avoiding war has been a challenge because we have now become divided. Here are examples of some of the many, many books and work done on focusing on the implications of what this attention economy will do. This is an MIT, Sinan Oral has a whole program at MIT working on that. The Chaos Machine, also a fascinating book, talking about the incredible implications in things that you don't know unless you sort of dig into it, what's going on. And then, of course, the implication for the military are phenomenal. Attention has been weaponized, no question about it, and both internally and externally. And sometimes the externals, are our more formal enemies, if you will, are utilizing those internal changes to their benefit. Here's an interesting statistic. In 1991, the percentage of women with high depressive symptoms was 17%. And then you get to 2013, it was 21%, and 2017 it was 29%. Now that's just a little narrow pullout. You, if you're in the college world, are well aware of all students' problems with anxiety and depression, and it's way over what it has been historically. Is that something that we can understand why this is happening? Is this a self-induced disease? Is there something that we are doing politically that drives it? Certainly some people think so. In essence, we're rewarded for being divisive entrepreneurs. Something wrong with this system. And you have the classic true news, fake news issue. And of course, now, actually Mark Twain said the same thing, that good news is still putting on its shoes while fake news is traveling the world. So that's not a new thing. The same thing is this whole business of extreme views. And again, compared to moderate views, that's not what catches the attention. So media does not just talk about good things, or they don't talk about things in objective ways because that doesn't attract attention. So they become the creator of the problem, not just the reporter of the problem. So the implication here is we know each other less well. And what does that mean, and how do you proceed from it? We've become cognitively impenetrable. That's the challenge every school has, all politicians have, but more importantly, all we have as members and citizens of society. This is just a semi-random list of crises that we have to face today. By the way, the pandemic is not on there. Pestilence is not on there. And I can guarantee from the medical side of things, that is going to continue to be a problem in different ways going forward. But these are much more complex issues than we have been forced to deal with in the past. And as a result, our ability to make sense of complexity is way under what it needs to be in order to get a handle on these issues. And if you focus on only one, you realize frequently the solution to solving one creates a problem with the others. That's what complexity is all about. And so you have this runaway technology problem, is the first people into technology are the ones who end up controlling the view of it. Ask Elon, an example of it. And I think recognizing that, in fact, technology and its growth is accelerating. Why is it accelerating? Because the tools to create technology are hugely better than they used to be. You can collaborate better, you can reach the right people faster, you can find out information better than leaders of countries could 25 years ago. That's the age of the web, by the way. And that makes an enormous difference. Tools for making things are much more powerful than they used to be. Tools for testing things are cheaper and more available. And there are more people making. As a result, you're going to get more technology. Now, there are some positive sides to what's been going on as well. How many of you know who this person is? Okay. Odd thing, she was a graduate of the first class of Olin College in Needham. If you know about Olin, Olin is a rather interesting school with a very different model of teaching. She was an employee, rather. She'd been the root of all the high-tech companies. She was an employee at Facebook, and she was the whistleblower. And she didn't just blow the whistle. She got smart on knowing how to blow the whistle. She talked to people who helped her a lot. And as a result, she spoke before Congress. She spoke to the parliaments of most of the countries in Europe. And she made the point very, very well. She wasn't after Facebook. What Facebook does, there's a lot of good things that happen. She was after trying to remove the bad things. The problem is the bad things were the things that making the money for Facebook. So that's a challenge. But the point is, she sort of set the standard. And it's sort of interesting, not being a politician was an asset here, because she was basically a new and eloquent spokesman for this issue. And as an example, it's not only true with Facebook in terms of employees saying, I don't want to work there, or I don't want to work there anymore. And the same is true for Amazon and Google and Apple as well. And then another example of more attention to the attention economy was the 60 Minutes program back in 2017. And it was, in essence, a preview of that social dilemma documentary. But very, very well done, balanced. But Tim Cook said it best. We cannot allow a social dilemma to become a social catastrophe. And it's important for the leaders to be saying that. It was important for Eisenhower to say, beware of the military-industrial complex. And we have the medical-industrial complex, I know. These are things that we have to understand in order to be able to create the right balance to make our society work well. And the answers are not that complicated, but they are extraordinarily difficult to implement. Humane technology, stronger, more capable institutions. Why do people hate anything big? I don't know, I'm one of them. It's a problem, and the media has built that mindset. And it's all about culture. The culture in World War II was almost simplified in a way. And by the way, remember, it was very difficult for Roosevelt to get the army and the military to prepare for the war. The military wanted, but the legislature the public was against it. And so, very simply, the answers are here. Triage, transition, long-term. They're pretty basic. I won't even go into them, except you've got to figure out how to implement them. It has to happen particularly at the post-high school education level, but it also has to happen at the K-12 level. It's not just a matter of content knowledge. It's all about understanding social and emotional behavior and understanding that you have to learn how to learn. That is the key thing, because what we're going to be facing is stuff we don't know today. And so I'll leave you with this. Pogo, 1970, by the way, made this statement, we've met the enemy and he is us. And that was all about the climate disaster. But in fact, it's also important to the social dilemma disaster. And Norwich, your values are exactly what is needed to address this issue. You just got to spread them further and faster. Thanks.
Thank you, John. And we really appreciate just your comprehensive, broad level of expertise that you've been able to see over the past four decades. So thank you very much for your remarks. It is now my distinct pleasure and honor to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Maren Rubin, who is the Israeli Consulate of New England, back to Norwich to deliver our second keynote address. So our discussion about AI and robotics, it's not simply a US-centric discussion. This is a global conversation. You'll see that we have included in the program international voices into the symposium to reflect the global nature of this conversation. So when we're talking about internationalizing things, this also applies to AI. It applies to cyber. I would also like to thank the ambassador publicly for hosting a group of Norwich students, faculty, staff, back in Boston last spring for a day of excellent programming and an unparalleled hospitality at his own personal residence. That was very kind of you, sir, and everyone that went on that trip, it was one of their best Norwich experiences, and you can ask any of the students who were there, so we just wanted to thank you publicly for doing that for us. So again, thank you for your generosity, Ambassador, for being here and your continued partnership with Norwich University. So just a quick bio. He served as the Consulate General for Israel to New England since 2020, November. He has a diplomatic career that spans over 3 decades, which he has served in various positions, including the role at the Israeli embassies in Chile, Mexico, ambassador to Paraguay, Bolivia, and to Colombia. Ambassador Rubin served as Israeli ambassador to the United Nations 2010 through 2011, and Israel's chief of staff of protocol from 2015 to 2020. He was born in South Africa and immigrated to Israel from the UK in 1974, where he studied diplomacy and international relations at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. During his military service, Ambassador Rubin was an air traffic controller in the Israeli Air Force. So, sir, welcome back. The floor is yours. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. Boker Tov in Hebrew. It really is an honor to be back here at Norwich University, and a greater one to speak to you this morning representing my small nation. Israel is an ancient country with a history going back millennia, but it is the modern rebirth of the biblical country nearly 75 years ago that has gripped the imagination of so many. We're a state that has had to fight daily for its survival, and by doing so, has had to come up with ingenious solutions, many of them based in technology, to keep us at least one step ahead of those who seek to make sure we do not succeed. Some 15 years ago, I had the privilege of visiting an Air Force base in my country and was shown and allowed to peek into hangar after hangar of what then seemed to me as a futuristic vision, something more akin to an experience of being in a cartoon about something extraplanetary. Drones of all sizes were parked one next to the other in what, for me, who did military service as an air traffic controller, as you heard, was something awe-inspiring. I grew up with the knowledge that the Air Force was made up of machines that had to be piloted by men, and here was the future, an unmanned task force to keep the country safe. I've been a diplomat for some 3.5 decades and have seen many changes in the world around me, but the other world experience has remained with me and will never leave me, showing how important technology is to our future and how dependent we have become on it. Over the years, Israel has become an international technological leader in both civilian and security fields. We have managed to gain a significant foothold in artificial intelligence, thanks to the growth of startups in Israel and international companies, many of them American, that have established development centers in this cul-de-sac of the Mediterranean. A large part of our security is based on solutions that have embedded AI into their systems, which has strengthened our capacity. Israel has unique characteristics that have helped create an ever-strengthening ecosystem by mixing different fields that have brought about interesting interactions between various elements in our society. We're often referred to as the startup nation because of the large number of startup companies in comparison to the size of our population. We are the size of New Jersey, with a population practically like New Jersey, and yet we seem to bat above our size and our weight. Maybe that's because I'm putting on too much here. In the 1990s, technologies and capabilities in the fields of communication that the security establishment developed in cooperation with the academic sector enabled Israel to take advantage of the developing internet. In fact, Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs was the first ministry in the world to go online some 25 years ago. The major companies at the time, like Checkpoint, Amdocs, and NICE, established Israel as a leading power in the fields of communication, security, data storage, and semiconductors. Our entrepreneurial culture has also led to the growth of innovative companies which have contributed greatly to the country's successful technological ecosystem. We have a tendency to work differently from other countries. Not everything seems planned, and to tell you the truth, it's not. We shoot from the hip, and we look for solutions while continuing to use technology. We seem to have understood this from our very inception, that we must compensate for our lack of natural resources and limited human resources compared to our adversaries who are superior to us in population and size by investing in human resources and technology. This was the strategy of our first Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion, who felt it imperative that this be the basis of our national security strategy. He was also instrumental in making sure that Israel's National Security College be a mix of army and civilians, so that there would be a kind of cross-pollination, if you will, of ideas and contacts that would help build a different structure for the country. Lately, and that's a change from what we used to be, we've had the luck of finding large natural gas reserves in the Eastern Mediterranean, so we can no longer claim to be totally without natural resources. Security exports have increased and transformed us into one of the world's largest weapon exporters, while the security industries have turned us, despite our size, into a technological and economic power. The competitive advantage of Israel's security industry and the international market has also resulted from its close relationship with the Israel Defense Forces. New systems are tested out in the field practically as they are being developed, and our industry relies on security units to advance the research, development, and implementation process. There is a constant transfer of human resources between the Israel Defense Forces and the security industries, partly the result of mandatory military service model and military reserve duty. This, of course, also influences the transfer of knowledge and strengthens Israel's technological strength. I'm very interested to say that on Veterans Day in the United States, I was surprised to see that only 1% of America's population are veterans, whereas in Israel's population, this number hovers around 70%. So there is that big dichotomy between the two societies, if one tries to compare them. And of course, there's a as a result of this, the Israeli ecosystem is unique and differs from that of many other countries. This different ecosystem, comprised of security bodies, academia, and industry, operates cooperatively, sharing ideas and human capital. Israeli academia enables research that contributes to the development of AI and forms the basis of different AI systems. Leading industries and the giant technological companies that have also established research centers working alongside innovative startups, and this sector has also witnessed significant increase in the field of artificial intelligence, with some companies developing the core technology of AI and others developing supported technologies such as autonomous vehicles and cybersecurity. The security bodies and the military also have undergone impressive development, especially for the purpose of military intelligence, so that we can cope with a wide range of sources of information and for operational activities. In addition to processing data and reaching conclusions, various autonomous systems such as gliders, robots, sensors, and vehicles are also being developed and used. In Israel, as mentioned, the connection between academia and civil commercial industry and the security bodies occur quickly at an organizational, social, and professional level due to Israel's advantage of being a small country. The short physical distance between the substantial concentration of technological companies and Israel's government or security centers also helps strengthen this cooperation. This is quite different from the situation in the United States, where the geographical distances and the time differences are considerable. The direct link between senior and high-ranking personnel in many places, including in certain military units, and an open and entrepreneurial character of Israeli culture in comparison to countries where there is a more hierarchical and bureaucratic style, help move ideas and gain achievements. In the field of AI, Israel does not seem to have any special advantages in areas such as big data or hardware. It's our ecosystem that gives us a relative advantage. At the same time, however, Israel's size and its limited resources also create challenges. So it is important to combine the different relative advantages to create force multipliers. One of our fortes in integrating AI into the battlefield has been in the development of unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs. In the 1960s and 70s, we were already using drones for photographic purposes, and in the 80s began to use them for deception and information gathering. About 20 years ago, UAVs were mainly used for military intelligence gathering in asymmetric conflicts. What we call the Second Lebanon War that took place in 2006 was a turning point. It was the first war in history in which more unmanned flight hours were carried out than flight hours of manned jet fighters. Actually, the last time Israel participated in a conventional war between state actors was 50 years ago in 1973. Since then, we have increasingly had to fight non-state actors in unconventional and asymmetric warfare. So we have had to learn to battle combatants who hide behind civilians and make conventional warfare outdated. So the necessity for IA became imperative because of the need to collate and interpret so much information in real time. Due to problems along our borders, we have also become one of the leading countries in developing, producing, and using other unmanned systems, some of which enjoy a level of autonomy. These include unmanned patrol vehicles, ground robotic systems, and loitering munitions. A survey of companies in the field of IA, data science, and intelligent robotics found that cybersecurity and cyber warfare is considered the main technology in which Israel has the capacity to lead. Military technology units, such as the Unit 8200 of the IDF intelligence, recruit talented high school graduates for military service, where they receive significant training and experience. As a result of the military service that grants professional experience, the graduates of this unit are able to cope with complex issues faster and more efficiently than university graduates or young entrepreneurs who were not part of these military units and who lack practical experience. Israel has another relative advantage in the autonomous automotive industry. Israel's strength is in development and implementation of complementary technologies for autonomous systems, including sensors and navigation systems. Development in the field of AI and Israel's ability to improve its achievements so as to preserve its competitive advantage directly influence many technological fields dealt with in the country. I couldn't end without mentioning one of the most impressive defense systems that is known worldwide, and that is, of course, the Iron Dome, that has been shown time and again able to protect Israeli citizens from incoming missiles. We would not have had the system had it not been for the continuous cooperation and support of the United States, and for that we are forever grateful. This collaboration between our two countries continues in many fields, as well as AI, and we look forward to many years of continued mutual beneficial work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. again, we certainly appreciate your comments and your time of joining us here at Norwich University. So students in the room, if you are interested in speaking with the ambassador and John, they will be here this morning, and if they said something of interest, they're here at your disposal to engage with them and ask questions. So just a few concluding remarks before we begin our next session here at 10 o'clock. So there's a program that's available. You're here for just a couple of programs this morning, but this event is 2 days long, so look at the program, and we have as I said earlier today, we have a myriad of sessions. Attend as many as you can. Our guests are amazing, and they're well known globally. You can purchase their books in the bookstore, and you can also ask them to autograph it for you. And then also, just quickly, tonight at 1900, 7 p.m. in Plumley, we're going to have a panel, and I would encourage you to attend that this evening, as we'll have a panel with a moderator that will be highlighting some of the events and issues that we're talking about this morning, but in a very different format, and you'll have an opportunity to engage and ask questions. So for the rest of the sessions, students, if you have questions, we're going to have microphones on the left and right. Make sure that you engage our authors, and let's give our keynotes a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, and we'll be back in a little bit. If you did not, if you were not able to attend the opening session, welcome. We have 2 days of programming, and if you're interested in looking specifically at what's going to happen over the next couple of days, there's a program out in the lobby. Please attend as many sessions as you like. Also, just want to contextualize this for all the students in the room. Whether you're going to serve in the Department of Defense or some dimension of security, or maybe law enforcement, or some civilian sector, this is not something that's outside of what you're going to be doing. It's critically important that you understand the nexus and the intersection between artificial intelligence and robotics. And by the way, if you have a cell phone, you're being influenced by this right now. And the majority of you, I hope you understand that, but maybe some of you don't. But this is not something that should not be of interest to you, and this is why we're having this conversation here at Norwich University, is that we pick subjects that matter to 21st century security challenges, and this is one of the most pressing. The things that you'll hear over the next couple of days, some of us are trying to imagine what that looks like, but you're going to be leading through this. You're going to be the ones that has to make the decisions. You're going to be the ones that's going to have to fight on different multiple dimensions of a battlefield. So some of the things that are of discussion over the next couple of days, it's going to be your reality. And this is why we're here, because we want you to excel and we want you to exceed. Now, artificial intelligence or robotics is not just a US-centric conversation. This is something that's a global conversation. We're having this conversation right now in English, but it's being held in Arabic, it's being held in Hebrew, in German, in Chinese, in Korean. Governments and Department of Defense organizations around the globe are having similar conversations. And this is why we are having this at Norwich. Whether you're a computer science background or not, criminal justice, biology, or chemistry, this subject matters to you. So in spirit of that, we've asked some students to come and share some of their reflections, and we've asked some of them to read some of the things that they've written in their native language. And so I've asked Rodian, why don't you come out front? He's going to share something that he wrote, and we've asked students to also share what they wrote in their native tongue. So if you would, just permit Rodian to share, and then we're going to turn it over to our moderator and our very distinguished guest, August Cole. So Rodian, the floor is yours.
Війна і люди. Я вважаю, що всі ви вже чули про Україну та її хоробрих українців, які зараз борються за свою свободу та свою батьківщину. Україна – це і моя батьківщина. Завдяки великій допомозі важливих міжнародних партнерів, і одним з яких є Сполучені Штати Америки, Україна отримає більш сучасну зброю щотижня чи місяця. Ракетні системи, як HIMARS, безпілотники дальньої дії, як Switchblade, гаубиці та системи ППО. Усі ці інноваційні засоби бою суттєво захищають українську землю від російських окупантів та контратакують ходи ворога. Проте є ще одна важлива річ, яку слід сказати. Весь цей процес відсічі, який ви бачите на військових мапах, був би неможливий без ключового фактора – людей. Ми, українці, мотивовані, бо знаємо, за що ми боремося. За рідних, за дім, за наш шлях життя. Ми краще помремо, ніж будемо знову під російською окупацією, як за часів Радянського Союзу та імперіалістичної Росії. Якщо говорити про мотивацію, де ще можна знайти звичайних працьовитих людей, які лише за кілька днів можуть зібрати більше 600 мільйонів доларів на покупку військових безпілотників. Цей випадок закінчився тим, що військова технічна компанія, приголомшена вчинком українців, безкоштовно виготовила бажані військові дрони в подарунок нації. Ви запитаєте, що сталося з грошима? Українці не зупинилися та купили національний супутник, який зараз допомагає збирати високоточні розвіддані з поля бою. Як відомо, активна інформаційна війна розгортається і на теренах інтернету. Якщо публічна особа твітне щось недоречне про російську агресію чи анексовані території, там будуть українці. Недавні випадки можуть довести, що їх буде так багато в розділі коментарів, що люди будуть гадати, що це спрямована атака бота. Але це було б неправильним припущенням. Усі ці коментарі – це розлючені українці, які висловлюють свої думки та оцінки ситуації. Звичайно, люди в Україні різні, і кожен має свій розум. Але перед обличчям зла чи нечесності вони мобілізуються і об'єднуються, щоб боротися разом. Я вважаю, що це також спонукає інші країни допомагати нам і надавати ще більше підтримки, що є вкрай важливим у темні часи. Звичайно, можна сказати, що війни виграють роботи та дрони. Але правда полягає в тому, що справжні історії завжди стосуються людей, які стоять за цими технологіями. Це про солдатів, операторів, волонтерів, які присвячують своє життя допомозі нужденним, людей, які щоденно працюють для стабільної економіки, і людей, які борються за український прапор. Вони гинуть за цей прапор, і тим не менш вони борються за дім, щоб розірвати цикл російського колоніалізму на нашій землі і захистити наше право як нації раз і назавжди. Коли у людей є причина жити і захищати свою батьківщину, вони об'єднуються і всі разом створюють приголомшливі результати, які можуть здивувати навіть найбільш скептично налаштованих людей на інших континентах. Головний фактор досягнення та перемоги продиктований нашою людською натурою та мотивацією, яка запалює світло в інших. Країна, якій люди давали лише 3 доби до капітуляції, тепер стоїть 230 днів. Це не казка. Це, пані та панове, Україна та її люди. War and people. Do I need to... Yeah. Okay. Oh. War and people. I believe that all of you have already heard about Ukraine and brave Ukrainians who are fighting on their freedom and their homeland right now. Ukraine is my homeland too. With the great help of critical international partners, one of which is the United States, Ukraine gets more modern weaponry every week to months. Rocket systems like HIMARS, long-distance drones like Switchblade, howitzers, and air defense systems. All these innovative means of combat significantly protect Ukrainians' land from Russian occupants and counterattack the enemy moves. Yet there's another vital thing to say. All this fight-back progress you can see on the military maps wouldn't be possible without a key component: people. We Ukrainians are motivated because we know what we're fighting for. Our closest one, the home, and the way of life. We'd rather die than be under Russian occupation just like during the Soviet Union and Imperial Russia. Talking about motivation, where can you find ordinary, hard-working people fundraising over $600 million in just a span of few days? This case has resulted in a military tech company overwhelmed by Ukrainians' deed, producing desired military drones for free as a gift to nation. You would ask what happened to the money? Ukrainians didn't stop and purchase a national satellite that helps to collect high-resolution intelligence from the battlefield. As you know, active information warfare also unfolds on terrains of the internet. If a public figure tweets something inappropriate about Russian aggression or the annexed territories, Ukrainians will be there. Recent cases can prove that there would be so many of them in the comment section that people can assume it was directed bot attack. But it would be a wrong assumption. All the comments are just angry Ukrainians giving their opinions and evaluating the situation. Sure, the people of Ukraine are very different, and each has their own mind. But in the face of evil and dishonesty, they mobilize and reunite to fight together. I believe this also motivates other nations to help us and to provide even more support, which is crucial during dark times. Of course, one can say that wars are won by robots and drones, but the truth is that the actual story is always about the people behind those technologies. It is about the soldiers and operators, the volunteers who dedicate their life to help those in need, people working day to day for a stable economy, and people who fight for this flag. This flag is signed by those who are on the front lines. Some of them might not be alive. Yet they die fighting for home to break the cycle of Russian colonialism on our land and to protect our future as a nation once and for all. Those people create victories and write history. When people have a reason to live and to protect their homelands, they unite and altogether create astonishing results that can surprise even the most skeptical people on other continents. The main factor to achieve and win anything is dictated by human nature of us and the motivations that ignites others. A country that people gave 3 days before capitulation is now staying 230 days. This is not a fairy tale. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Ukraine and its people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So it is my pleasure to introduce Andrew Liptak, who's going to serve as our moderator for today's session. So students, please, if you have questions, he's going to open it up for questions later on, so have your questions prepared and ready to go. So Andrew, over to you.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Seeing some nods. Okay, good. Welcome to, we're going to be talking about science fiction, artificial intelligence, and the future of warfare. My name is Andrew Liptak. I am a graduate of Norwich University. I graduated in 2007 and again in 2009 with my master's in military history. And I've worked as a journalist, historian, and science fiction writer, particularly focusing on the future of warfare and military science fiction. So that's why I'm here today. And that's how I came to know our speaker, August Cole, who is an author who has explored the future of conflict through fiction and other forms of what he calls ficant, fictional intelligence, as a form of storytelling. His talks, short stories, workshops, and more have taken him from speaking at the Nobel Institute in Oslo to presenting on the future of warfare at the South by Southwest Interactive Festival, to lecturing at West Point. And with Peter W. Singer, he is the co-author of the bestseller Ghost Fleet, a novel of the next World War, which was published in 2015, and Burn In, a novel of the Real Robotic Revolution, which is this book right here. I highly recommend both of them. They're excellent reads. And he's also written a number of short stories and presentations through a project that he and Singer have called Useful Fiction. So I guess what we wanted to talk about today is just the idea that the warfare is advancing in many, many different ways. And in some cases, it's been influenced by science fiction. It's been certainly imagined by science fiction authors and creators over the years. And I just sort of wanted to go back a little bit to the earlier days of science fiction, just sort of imagine how, or talk a little bit about how warfare was, or science fiction authors imagined warfare. So when was your introduction to science fiction, and when you sort of realized that, you know, these were authors imagining what the future warfare might look like?
So thank you for the opportunity to connect back here again in Norwich for a second time. The history of my kind of love for science fiction goes back to more or less, you know, when I started to read. The Cold War era that I grew up in was heavily influencing science fiction at the time, not just, of course, books, but also films. My parents took me to see Terminator in 1986, I think it was, or 84, in the theater, which is a little bit unusual, I suppose, but that, I think, speaks to the enthusiasm I had for that kind of a subject. And that's actually a film that may seem anachronistic today, but it's had a long kind of a shadow, if you will, over the thinking about robotics, about machine uprising, about science fiction. You know, that was one form. The other, you know, novels and such that I read that really kind of integrated this sort of ideal of a robot as a soldier, but in a more kind of complex way. You had David Drake, for example, 1980s kind of payday science fiction, military sci-fi writer. But what really got my attention, though, and I think came kind of a real source of inspiration, was the sci-fi writer William Gibson. His work more or less helped establish how we visualize, like, what the internet is, cyberspace, it's called, back in the day. And some of his most recent writing delves into this question of the future of robotics, not in the kind of conventional Terminator sense, but the notion of telepresence. Can you relate to one another through, for example, robotic system. This show, The Peripheral, which is a version of his novel about 4 years ago, is coming out now, for example, I think it's on Amazon Prime. So I, from that kind of arc of both books, from Gibson to James Cameron's film The Terminator, I think I kind of, I'm always constantly kind of searching for a North Star, trying to understand the future of science.
One of the interesting things I've always found, just delving into the history of science fiction, is how much the image of a robot has changed over time. If you go all the way back to the 1920s, the pulp era of sci-fi, you have authors sort of imagining these like mindless automatons just raging and killing, and there's all these different depictions. You go forward a little bit, you jump over to Isaac Asimov, who wrote stories for books like I, Robot, and later Caves of Steel and Foundation, Foundation a little bit later. But he sort of imagined them as being useful components of society or tools that people would use that weren't necessarily threatening. And then you advance a little bit more further down the line, and you have William Gibson, Neuromancer, sort of imagining artificial intelligence being a slightly more menacing, nebulous thing, rather than something that is in the body of a robot. And it's been interesting to see just sort of how those technological changes have progressed as time goes on, and how they are influenced by the technology of the day. Certainly when Asimov was writing about his first robot stories, computers were didn't really exist, and by the time that they started to exist, they were the size of rooms in the 1950s and 60s. So that was certainly a leap forward. So what science fiction are you seeing today, minus, not including your book, that you are seeing that is being influenced by the state of robotics today? Or you can include your book, I guess, if you'd like.
No, I mean, in many ways, Burn-In was kind of a pushback against the, Skynet annihilation of humanity model. The thing that kept and keeps me and my co-writer Peter Singer up at night is less the robot uprising and the Terminator concept, but more, what are we going to do to one another with robotics? We pose enough of a threat that I worry about that more than a generalized intelligence. The point you made, too, about the kind of interwar years is really important for understanding robotics, because we in many ways right now might be in that kind of interwar period. And one of the really foundational creative products, pieces of content, is this Czech play called RUR, R-U-R is an acronym, and it's about a robot uprising in a factory, essentially androids, where machines rise up and wipe out humanity. In this Kapil Sipak's story, which is Rossum's Universal Robots in the full name, he introduced this notion of robot. And so, we're at a kind of centennial point for that, right, for that book.
Exactly, a centennial.
Yeah. So it's a reminder of kind of how new much of this is, but yet we've been wrestling with these same questions for so long, and we haven't quite answered them. So that makes me often think, are we asking the right ones? The really interesting and intriguing aspect of the future of robotics is actually more, to me, less about the anthropomorphization, right? Less about the thing with 2 legs, or the robot dog, but more actually about how the software that underlies robotic systems, that shapes how we relate to them at an emotional level, I think it's really crucial. What is the essence of trust with machines? Again, this is a theme that Pete and I spent a lot of time really trying to think through. How do you know when you can trust a robotic system with your life? When I'm in my Forerunner and I have my radar cruise control, I'm trusting, right, that system is gonna keep me at a safe distance from the car in front of me. That's a variation on a theme that we're going to see more and more and more of in industrial applications, in the medical world, as we earlier heard, but also, of course, in the future of conflict. The robotic wingman programs the U.S. Air Force is investing in is going to certainly put people into that position of having to trust systems with their lives, not only just in the sense of, is it safe to fly, next to this bot, but also, can I count on it to defend? When you're looking, well, what do I then go read, right? What do I watch? And I think actually the books and the films that get at this relationship with machines are the most important ones. It's almost 10 years now since the film Her came out from Spike Jonze. Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with his phone operating system, essentially, which is a really, really very important film for understanding the way we begin to really kind of know ourselves through our relationships with machines. Similarly, there's a novel by Kazuo Ishiguro called Clara and the Sun, which came out, I think, about 1.5 years ago, that I would highly recommend too, because it's really about the role that a robotic, like android, essentially, can play in a family, and the notion of like what is human and what is love and attention, and what do we want from our machines, right? And how does that change society? Because as we consider conflict, as we consider this kind of arc, going back again to say, 1921 to 2021 to 2022, and then 10 years out from now, 10 years past that, are we going to be in a position to keep asking the same question again, or are we going to kind of evolve that thinking? And I think the more we understand software, particularly as it relates to like more capable systems like artificial intelligence, we're going to get closer to making decisions today that help us avoid the kind of outcomes that are that we want to avoid.
One of the things that I spoke at a conference similar along these lines at West Point a couple of years ago, and one of the takeaways that I had, and I still have it saved somewhere, is one of the speakers said, "I'm not afraid of the humanoid Terminator bots. I'm afraid of the server farms, and not necessarily the things falling over on you, but like just the amount of information that they can process and the influence that they can wield as a tool." And that has stuck with me for years now. I guess let's talk a little bit about your book, because you draw on the last, 10, 15 years of robotics advances, and your book is very much a different take from the term. Actually, let's back up a little bit further. How many of you all have seen Terminator? Okay, good. It's an 80s film. You can never quite be sure if everyone's seen it. That movie has really cemented the idea of killer robots, I think, in the hands of, in the minds of people, whether they're in the military or artificial intelligence folks. And I'm guessing that over the years, you've seen a lot of people sort of have that, like, this is what the future of warfare is going to look like, skeletal robots killing people. How else have you seen that image sort of get dropped into, like, it seems like it's something you sort of have to work around in order to talk about artificial intelligence. It either in, introducing people to the idea of a artificial intelligence that's really, aimed at killing all of humanity, but also, it's not necessarily accurate, right?
You've seen this in the debate around the ethics using, robotic systems and AI type systems in warfare. The campaign against killer robots had a movie called Slaughterbots, which came out, 4 years ago or so. That was a very sensationalized look at like a pretty gory like attack using swarms to target civilians, and it is clearly the kind of narrative and messaging that resonates with a lot of people as they try to understand how these technologies are going to shape conflict. And what's difficult in those kinds of contexts is that, much like when we see debate in social media using extremes to capture eyeballs and attention, you often actually get further and further away from reality and fact. And many of the bigger challenges that, especially that have to do with ethics and due care in modern conflict, have continuity, from the era we're in now to the era we're going into. Law of armed conflict is going to evolve just as much for online activities as much as it is for robots, for example. So the challenge then is, how do you come up with like a kind of credible vision of the future that you can then start building policy or rules or doctrine and tactics towards? And that's, I think, to some extent, a response to this question, is that you really have to work with the facts and, the technological facts, but also understanding how people have related to technologies in the past, how big organizations deal with disruption. So many of these systems, if they are actually implemented, will be incredibly disruptive. One of the bigger themes in Burn-In is the economic and labor market disruption that's coming from not just, robotic machines that handle the kinds of tasks that are kind of in the everyday, sense, how my food is prepared, for example, how I receive something in the mail. But software is fundamentally changing fields like medicine, of course, as we know. AI is doing this already. The law, all of the communities in American society that have thought themselves immune from disruption, that thought their jobs were safe, so to speak, are just as vulnerable as people all in other parts of society too. And that is back to this nature of like, what is conflict itself in this era that we're entering? Is it a van full of swarming, biotag robots that are going to find you in a crowded room like this? Or is it a much more cognitively oriented campaign that induces people to essentially, fight one another within a society so an adversary doesn't have to do that. We have these kind of big meta questions about the nature of conflict, but riven through them all is, of course, this question of not just the hardware itself, but more so the software.
You talk about going, authors sticking to facts rather than sort of sensationalism. So let's talk about your book a little bit, because you take a very different tact towards the idea of a robot. So tell us a little bit about where did this book come from, and a little bit about TAMS, the robot that's sort of central to the plot here.
Yeah, the way I write fiction is not necessarily how everybody else does it. We use a lot of endnotes and footnotes, and this was something we tried experimentally with Ghost Fleet, our first book, because this was about a fairly big idea that was, really we thought going to be potentially laughed at. China essentially going to war with the U.S. by taking Hawaii. So we said, all right, let's use the same sort of nonfiction research that myself and my co-writer had done in our careers and apply that to fiction. And so every time there was a technological capability, a robot, for example, that we were imagining China using in occupied Hawaii, or some piece of PLA doctrine, we footnoted that. Cyber vulnerability in the US supply chain that was tactically relevant, footnoted it. When we took on Burn-In, this is a different kind of book because this is a counterterrorism story, and it's really about the nature of American society in the AI era. And the FBI agent Laura Keegan, who's partnered with this robot, which is a biped, kind of a conventional looking robot in some ways, but we tried to then think, well, how do we make this not like another Terminator story, right? So the nonfiction research that we did, we talked to roboticists, we talked to ethicists, we worked on really trying to understand not how we might imagine a robot partner might work for a federal law enforcement agent, but actually how it would work in the mechanical sense, things like charging, things like mobility. And then of course, we relate to these kinds of systems, and at a certain point you begin to develop that trust or emotional attachment. And that was a really important and really challenging part of this book in terms of the character arc, right? Because you want your characters to start and end as different people, right? They need to become more interesting, overcome bigger challenges. So how do you do that with a machine? Well, and then not only that, thinking about how the human relates to the machine. And so we really tried to bake that in. And one of the ways we played with that, which is I think reflecting of the way that many of you are going to start experiencing these kinds of technologies, is the capability that gets added and added and added with access to more and more data, right? Again, if software is driving the importance and relevance of a robotic system, it's not the thing itself. What data it has access to, how it's able to process that, is going to be incredibly important in changing the nature of your relationship with it. Now, TAMS itself, we actually made in the book a pretty small robot, kind of diminutive, almost childlike. And that was a very deliberate choice, too, to kind of push back against this sort of Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, paradigm. Was, let's really think about how you might want a robot to operate in the real world. And in the research conversations we had, you'd want it to be small so it could fit in the trunk, when you weren't using it, or it could crawl into spaces that a human couldn't necessarily go. It should have limbs that are articulated in ways that, wouldn't function like our skeletal systems do. A torso that can spin around, full articulation on a shoulder, for example. And also the way that we sense and perceive, with our five senses, those would be in kind of analogous sense present in this robot, but there would be other capabilities, right? Be able to see behind you, to be able to look into the Wi-Fi spectrum and sense what's around you, see through walls in that way. And so that to us began to kind of really answer the question in a very practical sense of, what is a robot actually going to do for us, right? Versus what we think it might.
One of the things I'm always frustrated by with science fiction is when the author is basically, or creator has decided to use a robot as sort of like just a stand-in for just a combatant. And they miss their shots, they don't see things. And it's always interesting just to imagine just how much we imagine robots or robotic systems as, or give them abilities that are human-like, and those, there's a lot of limitations. Like you just said, we can't see behind us, we can't see into the Wi-Fi spectrum. So I'm curious to see what level do we balance sort of the idea of making them appealing so that they're not creepy, or if everyone's seen the robot dogs and feels sort of unsettled by them, versus something that is fully functional, on the battlefield or operating alongside people.
With TAMS, which is an acronym, for tactical autonomous mobility system. We spent a lot of time, by the way, thinking of like the right acronym for this robot. Originally, it was called August, of all things. Not a robot. You know, one of the tests we wanted to kind of apply was like the kind of kindergartner test, right? Like, would a child be comfortable holding its hand without being fearful, right? And so that's a really interesting design question. Because, you know, these sorts of systems, and this is true in the military sense, you know, have to exist in a civilian context as much as they do, you know, in a pure military application. You know, it's really easy to lose sight of that, you know, in a very kind of narrow view. But if you do step back and think, you know, about what is the problem I'm trying to solve with this system, which is very much kind of the challenge that we undertake when we do these fiction projects. What is the thing I'm trying to address? You know, you get, I think, closer to the actual reality. Similarly, you know, the way we perceive you know, military robotics, understanding how challenging some of the engineering thresholds are around, you know, size, weight, power, heat, et cetera, you know, may mean that we are going to be in an era where robotics are more and more disposable, and they're actually quite small for the reason that, you know, bigger things present easier targets. We are already in an era where if you can see something, you can destroy it. So thinking about the hiding, seeking aspects of the modern battlefield. And then as well, too, you know, these are systems that are going to have to be acquired, right? There's a bureaucracy behind that. And that defense industrial, that acquisition side, which is probably really hard to write a novel about. Although Liu Cixin, the Chinese science fiction writer, wrote Ball Lightning, which is actually about defense acquisitions in China. It's a very good novel in this regard about a super weapon. Not a robot per se. But the point is, you know, you have to also understand the context of, you know, from where these things come, right? And, you know, being able to kind of crack that really almost boring part of it is actually, I think, as a sci-fi writer, as, you know, a military professional in your case, as students and now, is going to be really crucial because all these things exist in an ecosystem. And it's quite easy, again, in the cinematic sense or the video game sense, or even, you know, science fiction isn't really rooted in this kind of usefulness. Can just kind of elide over that, and I think that isn't actually, you know, often as helpful as we need it to be, because we really do need new ways to think about this. And it is okay to play video games to think about the future of conflict. It is okay to read graphic novels, to write them for that matter. I would encourage you to be doing those sorts of things.
Yeah, Terminator can be good homework. Well, sort of good homework. One of the things that I've been endlessly fascinated by is, especially because y'all are going to be, presumably at least a good portion of you are going to be going into the military at some point, and there's a very good chance that you will be operating alongside some sort of robotic system, whether it is a drone or I don't know, one of the Boston, maybe not one of the Boston Endemics dogs, but like a knockoff or a similar version. There was a really interesting story that I read about a year ago. It was published in Slate magazine, part of their Future Tense series. This is a series where they partner with Arizona State University, and they are writing sort of like science fiction about something that's extremely relevant. And this story was by an author named Justina Ireland called Collateral Damage, and it is about a squad of soldiers who are basically given a robotic system, and they're testing it out because the military has begun to, you know, vet whether or not these are worth acquiring or not. And it just does not go well, not because the robot has malfunctioned or anything. It actually performs perfectly, but the soldiers are alongside it just do not trust it. They think that it's watching them and it's getting ready to, like, you know, it's reporting on their every move. And they, spoiler alert, they end up basically destroying it. And one of the things that I've found endlessly fascinating is that there's a level of trust that is needed in order to operate alongside these robots. And it's not really something that science fiction has ever really talked about. Usually, our AI is an antagonist. It is something that you are fighting against. Your book, and I think there's a couple of other stories where you were actively trying to work alongside robots. But like, what do you? This seems like a really good source of human drama. You know, how do you see these types of stories? You know, existing coming into existence in the future, or have you read any others that are like? That are along those lines.
Yeah, this is a great tension, and you know, these kinds of you know, contradictions or inherent tensions make for great narrative, right? And you know, in Burn-In, you know, one of the challenges is not only do I trust this machine to save my life or to help me with this investigation, but am I training it to become so good that it takes my job, right? That's also a really interesting factor in the defense realm too. You know, when you're trying to consider too the trade space that anybody has in their 24 hours in a day. You many of these systems are not intuitive. Many of these systems are incredibly complicated. They break a lot. How do commanders, if you're a company commander or even a platoon commander, how do you assign and assess the amount of time, for example, that you should be allocating to learning a new system versus working on marksmanship or fitness or just recovery or whatever else? This is like an ongoing tension at this moment right now, right? With some of the small robots that are being used in urban operations, for example. There is a lot of skepticism, to your point. And many of the practices that we've seen with increasingly intelligent software from the civilian world, from the work world, particularly during COVID, about persistent surveillance of remote workers, et cetera, are really going to be problematic on the battlefield. They're going to be really problematic for military culture. And so I think it's actually incumbent to start thinking about those things now, as that short story Collateral Damage did. Where are our left and right limits? What are our guardrails where we don't want? What are the essence of the experience of service, or what do we need to complete the mission, and how do we keep the machine from not getting in the way of that? I don't mean in the literal sense, like it ran out of batteries and it wasn't useful, but how does it change our command culture? How does it affect the human dimension, as we just heard, right? We can write novels and make movies and video games that are grand in scope, but if we really focus too much on the technology and not understand enough and spend enough care exploring that human experience with it, then we're not really doing anything that's going to be of much help trying to figure out some of these hardest questions.
Yeah, and science fiction can do a lot more than just inspire readers. I mean, it is a good way to sort of, I've always mentioned, sort of prototyping the future, where you are, it costs millions of dollars to actually make a robot and field test it and everything, but it costs a couple $100 to hire a writer to write a story that will sort of work out some of the implications. What do writers need to be doing today if they want to write convincingly about robotics and not going sort of down the Terminator route of evil it becomes sentient and decides humanity is worth destroying, because we've seen that story and movie many times, but how do you tell something that's relevant, and what do you need to draw on to make sure that you're not just sort of going down old tropes?
Yeah, trying to be original in writing about robotics is really challenging, and it's, I think, therefore one that's really interesting to take on. The challenge for a writer today who's literally, let's say, writing science fiction or fiction about the future, is that we're living in the middle of a moment where science fiction feels like everyday technology, right? So I think you actually have to embrace that. One of the ways, though, that I like to approach some of these sorts of tech trends, whether it's, again, radicalization through social media, whether it's this kind of employment question with everyday robotics and AI, is to kind of crank the dial up to 11, right? I think that is a really, really effective way to kind of take something to an extreme and then see, what does that vision look like? And does that feel credible or not? Secondly, I do think there's a fundamental level of just kind of, and I'm a history major, right? I'm not an engineer, but doing a fundamental level of research to be familiar enough. And then if you're not able to kind of get a grasp on something, to find somebody who is, and to be able to reach out to them. One of the things we constantly rely on in our books, in our short fiction, Peter and I, is close readers, people who we trust, who can give us essentially a thumbs up or thumbs down whether something passes the professional giggle test. And sometimes we'll write something that doesn't. We have to go back and start over again. And that's what we want to have happen when we're designing, still building the story even after having written it. Similarly, I think too, when you're trying to, think about the things in your life what are your pain points, right? What are the things that are hardest for you, emotionally, physically, et cetera? And then try to understand, where does technology alleviate that, or how does it make it worse, right? Think about some of those everyday aspects of your life, the persistence of your phone, and sometimes when you wonder, is it listening to me or not, right? Again, to the point of the Collateral Damage story or others like that. What if you took that and turned that up to 11 and it was? What if you took some of the paradigms about things like valor, looked at past military records of service, and began to look at those historical examples, because I do believe history is one of the best tools that a sci-fi writer, a fiction writer has, and begin to interject robotics and things like that in there. So you can really ask these bigger questions of, in the nature, in the era of an infantry formation that is, let's say more than half machine. What is valor, right? What if the most charismatic person in your unit is like an AI, to use the Spike Jonze horror film? I did a project like that for the British Army. was turned into I wrote as a short story to explore that question. And I thought it was really important to begin to understand, because that's a question that if you don't wrestle with today, you're going to get caught, out by that sooner than you think.
Last question, we'll turn it over to you folks to ask your own. What books or stories have you read recently that are well worth, these folks reading when it comes to robotics and AI?
Yeah, I would recommend Clara and the Sun, like I mentioned earlier, by Kazuo Ichiguro. It's not a military story, but it's very much important to understand the kind of human dimension of what it's like to live with machines and software in your day-to-day life. Similarly, if my antidote to the kind of Terminator is, this, I keep saying software. Earlier, there was a book that was put on the screen, The Chaos Machine by Max Fisher, about kind of how algorithmic-driven companies like Facebook, like Google, YouTube particularly, are shaping our kind of cognitive realm. I think that's actually incredibly important, because that same design impulse, that same engineering pipeline that's reforming radically our civilian world is going to do the same thing to military robotics. And many of those things we must not see repeated, in the realms of future forces that are using these systems.
All right, who's got questions? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Williams. I'm a senior here at Political Science, and I really enjoyed your talk, and I had a question, really. So you talk about this dynamic moving forward where human-machine teaming is...
You have to speak up just a little bit.
You talk about moving forward, this dynamic where human-machine teaming is going to be really important in the military and defense industries and also in the civilian sector as well. And you touched on the skepticism component, right? And my question is really, kind of on the defense side, but also from a holistic perspective, how do we codify, the planning process of integrating, some of these AI components, these cognitive systems into these teaming environments, and how do we overcome that gap of skepticism by, projecting this persona of having AI that's governable, that's responsible, that's ethical? How do we bridge that gap between the humans and the machine to create that human-machine teaming environment?
That's an awesome question, and I think fundamentally being able to experiment as much as possible in an applied sense, whether it's National Training Center, whether it's taking things into operational deployments, is essential. But within that, though, you have to wrestle with failure, right? How do you, as a military institution, how does Congress particularly address these kinds of phases like the one we're in, where we live in a zero-defect world, right, in the political sense. And so being able to create space to make mistakes that aren't catastrophic for careers, for programs, for budgets, I think is essential. Because through those failures, you begin to understand what works and what doesn't in a believable and credible way. At the same time, I do think a level of skepticism is always healthy. It's inherent to our system, I think, and can be really, I think, smartly applied. But fundamentally, it's a culture question about how we're allowing people to experiment with these systems. Can you imagine, for example, and I've joked about this before in the Marine context, but imagine at Norwich, on arriving, you're given a terrestrial drone or a small, palm copter type thing, and your job for your first year, is to modify it, is to fight with other students with theirs, and so that you're understanding and living with that robotics in almost that Tamagotchi kind of sense. I think that's actually kind of a profound cultural step that would be really interesting to see, because you begin to have the kind of hands-on practice that lets you understand what these technologies can actually do and what they can't want to support.
And bridging the gap, there's two things that come to mind for me. Is the first one is living alongside these sort of technological systems in your everyday life. Look at there's a big experiment going on right now with Tesla. I mean, you have the cars driving all over the place, learning as they go to help better their self-driving emissions. So the more people who drive those cars begin to understand, intimately what those systems are able to do and what their capabilities are, because they are using them every single day. Whether it's being able to take their hands off the wheel for a couple minutes, or hopefully not, falling asleep and not crashing it. The other thing that comes to mind is the people canine units. You are working alongside another system, and you are every day you are training with it, and you're working alongside it, and you begin to become very familiar with how the animal works. and what they are capable of doing. So,
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I think we've got time for just a couple more, so we'll try to run through them quickly.
Yeah, hi, I'm Lyle Goldstein. I'm with Defense Priorities in Washington and also work at Brown University. But it's a great honor to listen to August Cole here. I'm a huge fan of Ghost Fleet, and I would recommend to everybody in the audience to, this is a must read. I focus on China, and if you're interested in what a US-China war would look like, and it's something hard to imagine, but that, I think Ghost Fleet is probably the best possible examination of that topic, so really strongly recommend it. A couple of questions. You said your new book is more kind of, talks about the labor market and how disruptive this is, but of course for military organizations it's also disruptive, and you were hinting at that. So I mean, I wondered if you could kind of, in fact, in the latest Top Gun film, I think that's a major theme. You know, is there a future for manned carrier aviation? So how should military leaders cope with this inherent problem that, you know, pilots are always going to be uncomfortable with drone operators and may dislike them? You know, this idea that the machines are putting a lot of whole jobs within the military at risk. And this huge transformation is probably in order that will involve a lot of bureaucratic tumult or chaos. So could you speak to that issue? And then also,
let's do the one because we have a couple students.
Yeah, I think the way the Top Gun sequel kind of slyly, played at that point is a really apt, very kind of public exposition on this tension. And there is no alternative that that kind of autonomous and unmanned, particularly in aviation, is coming, and especially in, I think, maritime kind of naval context. Will you see a transition that is slow rolled, perhaps for cultural or parochial reasons? There's a good chance. The risk that you face, though, is that an adversary is not encumbered by that same tradition, if you want to call it that. I think, again, similarly, in the kind of ground, / infantry, you're going to see a lot of, I think, tension around that too. This notion of how we look at like base realignment closure processes is going to probably have another wave in the late 2020s, early 2030s, as we begin to kind of wrestle with this question of, again, the economy's changing, you have to still pay for entitlements. How big of a force can you support? And there's a good chance that trade space is going to come from essentially a smaller formation, a smaller end strength. To the favor of robotics, but whether we're ready for that reality, I don't see a real desire and appetite for that because it's so politically and culturally challenging. But that doesn't mean that's not what the future is, right? In fact, that's often an indicator that may be actually what's coming. It's a great question.
All right, next up, this side, and we'll do you over there. The rest of you who are in line, meet us up at the top, just outside the auditorium, and we'll have a one-on-one chat.
Hi, Joseph Bornas. I'm a senior here at Norwich, political science. You touched earlier on bridging the gap between humans and AI. What do you think that gap is going to look like in the coming years, where kids who have grown up with AI systems in the home, such as Alexas, where they're asking them more questions than their own parents? What's that going to look like as those systems go from like an Alexa system and may develop into more of like what is the fictional Jarvis system from Iron Man? Like what is that gap going to look like as those kids come into our position and then into the adult field in the military and civilian sectors?
I think there is a real kind of cultural chasm around that, and being able to design in a way that allows a generation to rise into roles of responsibility, so those technologies are waiting, is really important. One of the challenges is a lot of that tech, though, is going to come from the civilian world, or it's going to be, on the leading edge in the civilian world first, not probably within the government space. So one of the challenges, I think, and this, especially when you get to like AI and data, is incredibly thorny, but that may be part of what you end up seeing, right? If the Army, for example, is going to have a tactical or even a kind of, talk level assistant that is akin to something like a super Alexa, Jarvis, whatever, are they going to have to go to Amazon, because Amazon is only, the only company that has the data set, that has the kind of natural language processing capabilities to do so.
And the people.
Great point. So I think you're gonna see that gap persist because the demand signals, when they come from below, typically aren't heard, right? But that's sort of incumbent on this the generation coming up, people like you, is to kind of communicate enough or to go make it happen yourselves. So you're not waiting for people who don't want to take a pilot out of a plane, for example. That again is a healthy tension, but given the nature of the threat environment, given the nature of what countries like China are doing, you can't fall in love with that tension and dichotomy too much. You have to actually really think about the kind of battlefield effect first.
Thank you.
All right, next there, and then we'll chat with us up top.
Good morning. My name is Sean Bassi. I'm a senior in political science here at Norwich University. I wanted to ask you, in the discussion here, we talked a lot about bridging the gap, about negative connotations of AI, particularly stemming from earlier iterations of AI being terminators, killers, and so on and so forth. But as my peer had pointed out, more younger generations are now seeing AI or the concept of AI as a more positive light, particularly, talking to Alexa for all your answer needs, your Siri on your phone, the algorithm helping you pick out exactly what you need at that exact same time. What do you think is the risk of over-optimizing, or what's the word? Over-optimize? No, not optimize.
Over-optimistic?
Over-optimism about the integration of AI rather than the inherent concern over it. So, I grew up, Siri is my best friend, she never did me wrong, so why don't we put as much military drones as possible into as much military technology as possible, and there's no way this could possibly go wrong. What's your thoughts about that opposite effect risk?
It's as someone who thinks about what could go wrong all the time, that's a great question. One of the biggest risks is that we lose our sense of agency with technology. And the nature of many of the most powerful AI systems in our everyday lives are effectively invisible. The systems that recommend your next YouTube recommendation or keep spam out of your inbox. Those kinds of capabilities exist throughout our experience with the network, the cloud, whatever you want to call it. And we no longer, especially in an app-driven world, understand computing in a way that is directed by us, right? We're kind of choosing from menus by choice. That's a different era of computing, at a kind of cultural level. So I worry about people losing the ability to understand that there is a choice, that a certain capability, let's say it's Super Siri, whether the risks that go with that, that we can say, we don't want to do that because that's how it works in this part of our lives, that therefore in the defense realm it should continue. I think having that sense of agency is incredibly important with technology. In the specific sense, what are the concerns about being over-reliant on AI? A good one is looking at the problems we have, getting good data sets, data that's accurate, clean, data that's not biased. This is an incredibly challenging problem that no matter how much money some of the biggest technology companies are spending on their most profitable products, they still run headlong into this. And I don't think that we're going to be any different when we look into the defense realm. So I think being very aware and again, having that sense of agency about what we do or don't do with technology is an attitudinal or cultural thing that's so important. And I think actually is a competitive advantage, right? It's a little bit of skepticism, but a lot more about, again, this notion of agency.
That'll do it for us. We've run out of time. Thank you very much for coming, and enjoy the rest of the chat.
So good afternoon, everybody. We're going to begin in about a couple minutes. Good to see everyone, so please have a seat. And if you're on the outside aisle, maybe you can move in a little bit. There are going to be some people moving in. So just take a seat to the left or to the right. Make some room on the edge. Thank you. Oh, okay. So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 28th Military Writer Symposium. My name is Dr. Travis Morris, and I have the privilege and honor of being the executive director for the symposium, but also the director for the Peace and War Center. It's great to see everybody. So this is our third session for the day, our open keynote. We had two speakers. One was the Israeli ambassador who spoke to us about the intersection of AI and security, and the other was John Abele, who's a Vermont native, and he's also the director and founder of Boston Scientific. And if you don't know what Boston Scientific is, I suggest that you Google that. It's one of the most powerful AI medical companies that have shaped the way in which we look at medicine and the intersection of artificial intelligence. So we've been doing the Military Writer Symposium for 28 years. It's the only event of its kind, and one of the unique features in charge for the Military Writer Symposium is to focus on themes and subjects that are challenges for the 21st century. Last year we focused on the Arctic. Before that we focused on the weaponization of water. And this year we focus on the intersection, or the nexus, if you will, between artificial intelligence and robots. Officially the theme is Robots Rising, Arming Artificial Intelligence. So for you students, or either faculty or staff, to think that maybe this is a subject that is outside of your area of study, it's something that you may not be interested in, I would counter that by saying if you own a cell phone, you are in this age. Artificial intelligence is something that impacts your life absolutely daily. And for the students that are in the room, particularly those that are going to commission, those that are going to be involved in maybe policy, those in politics, maybe the security realm, you will be leading us in this new front. That's a very serious charge. Some of the people that we have on campus today are some of the world's leading experts, and we are thrilled to have them, and they're here on campus to help us think through what artificial intelligence means now and for the future. So I would encourage you, maybe you're here because of your class, and that's a good thing, but would encourage you to attend some of the other sessions, because what we're talking about is not something just for computer scientists or those that are doing digital forensics or those that can write Python or code. It's for all of you, and this is the world in which you live in. So would certainly appreciate you being here today, and also we've got 2 days of programming. Sometimes when we talk about artificial intelligence or something cyber-related, we think that it's a domestic conversation. In other words, that all conversations about AI or cyber are happening in English, and that's not the case. This morning we had one of our students read a short passage in Ukrainian about what AI means for what's going on in his country right now. But something else that's incredibly important is that this is a conversation that's happening right now across the globe in Swahili, in Korean, in Arabic, in Mandarin, in multiple different languages. We just happen to be having that conversation today in English. One of the things we do at Norwich is we always want our students involved. And so something that we're doing this year, we are having students open up our sessions just with a reflection piece. And today's reflection piece is from Michaela, who's going to talk about her experience in Kyrgyzstan. And so just want to encourage you during your academic career, it doesn't matter what your major is, it doesn't matter what you're going to be doing, even if you're going to be doing something regarding mathematics or even just writing code. We live in a world that's globalized, and the likelihood in your lifetime of you working with people across multiple cultures in real time is only going to increase. So it would challenge you. So today, if there's two new subjects for you, one is AI and robotics, and the other is intercultural or cultural intelligence, I would suggest that you embrace that while you're here at Norwich University. Study abroad, and even better, maybe study abroad and work with cyber overseas. And you get two things at one time. So, Michaela, why don't you come on up, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Morris. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Michaela Hartz. I'm a senior here in the Corps. I'm a Olmsted Fellow via the Peace and War Center here at Norwich and the Olmsted Foundation. And I'm just reflecting on our past trip to Kyrgyzstan that we operated with this past May. So there are no words that can truly describe, or pictures or stories that can truly describe the experience as a whole. An unfamiliar country and my first exposure to an overseas environment, Kyrgyzstan is a place that I hold dear to my heart, in an area unexplainable unless experienced firsthand. Being in this sort of environment with this sort of study and mission was something unique to our team and the expansion of Norwich University's presence in Central Asia. We think we understand and we think that we know what to expect, but time and time again, the more complex each situation got and the less we seemed to know. It was tremendously eye-opening from all angles. Being the operations officer for the trip allowed this perspective to understand the trip inside and out to a point where I did not expect to learn or experience as much as I did. The United States is essentially a bubble, and most of the college-age demographic misses the many wonders of the world, especially places like Kyrgyzstan. The opportunity to understand their culture through the lens of peace and conflict is one of the most important and overlooked aspects of leadership. I worked with our team to ensure the success before, during, and after our trip. I needed to share an understanding of every aspect in order to communicate our priorities and keep our trip on track. Working closely with our team leader, this allowed me to develop my own leadership style through a multi-dimensional process. At that same time, I became an expert and primary point of contact for all things related to the United States Embassy while in country. I made connections with the Kyrgyz Embassy here in Washington, D.C., as well as many connections, including Norwich alumni, in the U.S. Embassy in Bishkek, with the help of our administrative officer as well, Ryan Cranston. Our trip was encouraged and safely supported by both entities. This subject truly tested my communication skills and my professionalism, two skills that are crucial and necessary to master before becoming an Army officer. Leaders need to recognize this in order to lead in foreign environments. I developed an appreciation for logistical tasks and interacting with higher level leaders. I am filled with gratitude for this experience, and I value these polished skills as I progress in my career. My advice to my audience, please consider traveling the world. Sometimes see the many wonders and attractions our Earth has to offer, but consider traveling to an uncommon country to experience their history and culture as the main attraction. Open your mind to new ideas and experience on your own that sometimes the American way isn't the most accepted method of problem solving. Allow yourself to be influenced by the morals and ethics of different cultures and use the world around you as an experiential guide to refine your leadership and develop your own values. Thank you.
Thanks, Michaela. So as far as being exposed to new ideas and thoughts, you don't have to go to Kyrgyzstan or Germany. You can just sit here in Mac Hall, and if artificial intelligence and robotics is something new to you, we just suggest that you can embrace new ideas here. And also think about how that applies to your current situation, but also to the future. The Military Writers Symposium is not done alone. It's done with a team. And by a team, I mean we have been privileged over 28 years to invite some of the world's leading scholars and thinkers on campus to help us advance our thinking on topics. And this year, robotics, artificial intelligence. So for our esteemed guests that are here in the audience, we thank you, and you're going to hear that numerous times today, and I don't apologize for that. Our gratitude it's something that's one of our mandates, and we just want to let you know we really appreciate you here. And another way in which we approach the topic is we want to look at any subject from a different lens. And the way we do that is we invite experts who have different backgrounds in different areas. And today we are very privileged to have our distinguished guest, Martha Wells, with us today. Our moderator to my left, Dr. Brett Cox, professor of English, will introduce her and will moderate the session. And would also just like to encourage you students, he will open up the floor for question and answers, and please take an opportunity to do so. And I would also, this is one time when it's okay to use your cell phone. If you're not familiar with who Martha is, I suggest that you Google her. This is a great opportunity to engage her. So, Dr. Cox, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Morris, and welcome everybody. For first things first, can you hear me? Is this audible? And also, first among equals, Martha, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Well, welcome everybody. I am very happy to be talking today with one of the most acclaimed of contemporary science fiction writers. Martha Wells has been publishing prolifically since her first novel in 1993, and she has garnered particular acclaim for her series of novellas, short novels, and a full-length novel collectively known as the Murderbot Diaries. She started this series with the novella All Systems Red in the year 2017 and has since published 4 more novellas in the series, most recently Fugitive Telemetry in 2021, and in 2020 she published the novel in the series Network Effect, as well as a couple of accompanying short stories along the way. This series as a whole has won, and I think I've got this count right, for the various stories in the novel within the series have won 2 Nebula Awards given by the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers Association, 3 Locus Awards, which are given annually by Locus Magazine based on their readers poll. Locus is a Publishers Weekly type magazine for the science fiction field, and 4, count them, 4 Hugo Awards given annually by the World Science Fiction Convention, most recently last year in the category of Best Series. And I also want to note that Martha also, where I think first noticed her work was actually at the 2017 World Fantasy Convention, where she was the Toastmaster and gave a speech at the awards banquet called Unbury the Future, which was a powerful commentary on how the achievements of women, both within science fiction and fantasy literature and the world at large, are all too often quite routinely suppressed. And it remains one of the more powerful talks I've ever heard at a conference. So thank you for that, Martha. Thank you for all of the stories, and welcome to Norwich, however virtually.
Thank you for having me. I really wish I could be there in person. I apologize for not being able to make it, but I got a stomach virus on Sunday, and I'm recovering now, but it would not have been a good idea to try to come.
Well, great. Well, we're happy to have you here. And just for your own orientation, you are on a really big screen in front of an enthusiastic audience in our main auditorium on campus. I'd like to begin with kind of a basic question, because in terms of the theme of our conference, artificial intelligence, of course, we want to talk about your work with the Murderbot Diaries, but for the audience, could you give just a brief overview of what these stories are about and what the setup is for this series of tales?
Well, they're far future science fiction about a being who is partially machine intelligence, and partially organic. Excuse me, sorry. And this being is called a construct. It has no name. It calls itself Murderbot. It's been enslaved basically as a security unit in this area, which is completely controlled by different corporations. The company it's owned by is basically a bond company, an insurance company that guarantees equipment and security and so forth for groups that are going to do surveys on alien planets. These constructs are supposed to have a governor module that controls everything they do and that will punish them or kill them if they disobey an order. Murderbot has managed to deactivate its governor module without anyone knowing. It had a choice at that point. In the popular culture of this world, it's believed that any construct that was able to do that was able to go rogue basically and get out of control would immediately kill all the humans that it could find. Murderbot had a choice to do that, or it could access the entertainment channels that were available on their version of the internet, and it chose to do that instead. It's subject to a lot of anxiety and depression because of its situation, and it ends up staying in its job, basically concealing the fact that it's free, and it's sort of stuck there, really not being able to make a decision about what to do with its life. it ends up assigned to a group of scientists that it actually begins to like. And it comes to, in the first story, All Systems Red, is basically where it faces the choice of revealing that it's free in order to save their lives, or basically letting them die. And it's making that choice that kind of propels it into being able to accept the freedom that it has and take over its own life.
So they are wonderfully entertaining stories. I believe they're available over at our university bookstore. I do commend them to your attention. I had a couple of more questions sort of specific to your writing of the Murderbot series, and then I wanted to move on to a couple of topics connecting this to our conference theme. Well, I guess maybe this first question goes ahead and starts that. Now, I said at the beginning, you've published prolifically before publishing the first one of the Murderbot series. And what drew you to telling this particular story? I mean, what drew you to speculating about the future of constructed beings of artificial intelligence as opposed to any other science fiction topic?
Well, before this, I wrote mostly fantasy. But when I got this idea, it was so obviously a science fiction idea, and it was so obviously the idea of basically an enslaved person who is treated as a tool, who ends up with the choice, the moral choice between saving people that it's actually started to feel some emotion for, or doing nothing. That really had to be a science fiction story, and AI was the best way to tell that story. I also had, I've recently read Ann Leckie's Ancillary Justice trilogy, which I highly recommend. There's also Autonomous by Annalee Newitt's, books that really get into the idea of not only what AI might be like, but the human perception of AI and the difference between what a real AI might want, what its agenda might be, and what it might think of itself, versus what a human assumes it would want. There was also a lot of novels that feel like coming out around that time that were really putting a human assumptions into AI. The assumption that every AI would immediately want vengeance, for being held captive. And actually, a couple of authors, Ann Leckie among them, have referred to that as basically a slave narrative, where the being that is being enslaved has to be demonized and shown to be violent and uncontrollable, so that excuse me again. So that its captors are justified in treating it badly and repressing it or killing it when it tries to escape. And there's also the idea that an AI being would want to be human. Ann Leckie, I think, particularly deals with that in Ancillary Justice, where the AI in question starts out as a starship and ends up being with these multiple perspectives and all these multiple different bodies, which it considers peripherals. And then is squished down into basically one human body, and the difference in that perspective. So I kind of wanted to deal with that really think about what an AI might want for itself, rather than that an AI would not want to be a human, that would be basically kind of a come down for a being that had that much control over itself and this many multiple perspectives.
Yeah, in my reading of the Murderbot series, I kept thinking of there's a classic science fiction story by Isaac Asimov, well known for his robot stories, called The Bicentennial Man, that is exactly what you're describing, this idea of the robot who wants nothing more than to be human. All right, kind of the Data model from Star Trek The Next Generation. And I One of the many things I enjoy about the Murderbot stories is the degree to which Murderbot's like, oh, I don't think so. I'm not really sure about this. And it kind of leads me to another question here, getting to the idea of our attitudes towards AI. And you talked about this sort of monstrous representation. And one of my favorite lines from the stories occurs in the novella Rogue Protocol, where the Murderbot is commenting on a plot element of a show that he's watching. And I do want to get back to Murderbot's media consumption, which is just tremendous. And he notes that a plot element of one of the shows he's watching is unrealistic. Wouldn't really happen that way. But then he says, quote, there's the right kind of unrealistic and the wrong kind of unrealistic. And it sounds like you're offering this model of the aggressive, revenge-driven, or potentially out of control, killing all the humans, AI, as the wrong kind of realistic. And that's so ingrained in our consciousness. Could you speak a little more about that, about what attitudes you think we should or should not be bringing to the very concept of AI?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. It's really thinking about the unrealistic that transports you to places with your imagination that's liberating versus the unrealistic that's telling you lies. And the idea of demonizing a machine intelligence, of course, for it is definitely a lie. The thing I was thinking of, or one of the inspirations for Murderbot in this section in particular is it's a very old movie called, well, it's not very old. It's called War Games. It's about a supercomputer that a young kid is able to accidentally contact through the internet, and he thinks he's playing games with another kid, and it's actually basically a computer that's designed to wage nuclear war, which was, I think came out during the early 80s, and that was a big theme back then. This movie, I think in itself was an answer to something like Colossus, the Forbin Project, which was one of the, the genre of, humans create a supercomputer, which then takes us over because why shouldn't it? There's never really a good motivation for that. The computer usually comes up with something. It's pretty thin. It reminds me a lot of the recent episodes of the Star Trek series Lower Decks, where they basically have a little computer jail for all the computers, the sentient computers that become power mad and try to take over human civilizations, and there's just hundreds of them in there.
I'm sorry, please go ahead.
I was just going to say Murderbot's very much a reaction to that, but in War Games, the computer it was such a different movie at the time period because the computer makes a choice at the end to decide that war doesn't make any sense because there's no nuclear war, there's no winner. And so it basically refuses to, it makes a choice not to do it. And Murderbot was kind of based a little bit on that, and also a little bit on one of the documentaries in the making of Lord of the Rings. They used algorithms to place all the wide shots of armies clashing on the plains and so forth. They directed all the little figures with algorithms because it would be have individuals try to animate all that would be impossible. But they had to make them at one point. They had to make the algorithm more aggressive because they showed the early images of it where all the little figures run toward each other, then all run away because they've been programmed with too much of a sense of survival, and which kind of gets you thinking about why would an AI want to fight for us? If it's a sentient AI, why would it make this choice? So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the degree to which we project our own fears onto this canvas. Now, I did say I have to get back to this, that one of the many distinctive elements of the Murderbot stories is your protagonist's obsession with media and the degree to which Murderbot is more comfortable watching dramatized stories about humans than in many ways interacting with actual humans. Another favorite moment of mine is when he's trying to calm himself down at one point, and I just made a terrible mistake. And I need to own up to this. I have reflexively referred to Murderbot as he, and the author takes a great deal of care to make sure that the character of Murderbot is not gendered at all. And maybe we'll have time to come back to that. But Murderbot goes through a list of new shows that Murderbot could watch, and instead winds up rewatching all 200 and something episodes of one of his favorite shows that he's already seen. The Murderbot has already seen, 26 times, and I just find that so familiar. So what led you to that aspect of the character and the story, the media obsession?
Thinking a lot about how media can teach us how to interact with other people. There had been specific cases I'd read about of kids who were on the autism spectrum to the point where they could not communicate, and who actually learned to communicate with their parents through Disney movies. And that was actually provided a start that learned how to contextualize their emotions by what the characters were doing and saying and feeling. And that actually gave them a starting point for building their whole ability to communicate. And that later they ended up being able to go to college and live their lives, And so thinking about that and just thinking how that was really helpful to me when I was growing up, being able to just learn about the world and be comforted by it, and also kind of learn how to understand what you're feeling and be given context. And a lot of different things like that. And I also think it was something of a reaction to, I guess particularly in the 90s and early 2000s, there was this idea, I'm sure it's probably still around, that if you're a writer, you must hate TV and movies, which I always think is really strange, because without writing, TV and movies don't really exist. But there's always been this kind of thing, and it's completely a sort of a corporate power issue of trying to diminish the idea that writers are ultimately responsible for the content of what shows up on the screen. And even though it's a collaboration among various, a lot of people working very hard, that the writing is basically at the core of what's going on. And so I think when novelists and buy into this concept that book writing is somehow this sacred separate thing away from, TV writing is not really the same thing at all. It's like you're kind of buying into that and helping that corporate idea that diminishes the power of writers in media, in visual media. But
I think, and more so all the time, in the sense that I have many writer friends, and I know you do too, who are increasingly active in writing for media, for other media, I should say. Well, since you mentioned writers and writing, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the background that you bring to your work. There is this, and I don't know if it applies so much anymore, but the stereotype of that writers come out of English programs and science fiction writers come out of, science programs, but you have a degree in anthropology and you have workplace experience as a programmer. And in fact, in one interview I located, you said that in writing these stories that you were not drawing so much on specific research into AI as you were on your own practical experience as a programmer. So maybe you could talk a little bit about how your specific academic and workplace experience informed your approach to dealing with these issues in the stories.
Yes, I started out as a system operator for 2 Lang mainframes, which I don't think they're used anywhere anymore, but they were big mainframes designed for business uses. And also later worked on a network, a PC network that was attached to them. I started as a backup operator and became a system operator, and then I did programming in COBOL, which tells you how long ago that was, and and built databases. So you'll notice a lot of Murderbots ability to figure things out, and it's like in fugitive telemetry, which is particularly a lot of the stories deal with mysteries, but it's particularly a whodunit mystery story. The solution Murderbot proposes at one point is to use a database to figure out who the murderer is, and that's kind of was my model for figuring out how it might think, because that was basically my introduction to computers, is trying to work on the logic of this, and also trying to get to stop people from putting stupid things in the database and breaking it. And all my experience, you can't write you can't, create a form that someone can't mess up, basically, no matter what you do.
And of course, it's something we don't like to say out loud, that no, you can have any kind of background and be a writer. Although I do encourage everybody to major in English. It's wonderful. Let's see, I'm sorry, I'm stumbling a little here. One of the things that runs throughout the Murderbot stories, and you've already touched on this when you're talking about attitudes towards destructive AIs, that in terms of our conference, that there aren't really dealings with standing armies so much in the Murderbot series, but the Murderbot itself is not specifically a robot. It is labeled a security unit. And there is an ongoing concern within the series, as you referenced earlier, about the degree to which these autonomous intelligences either are or are not under human control. And there's also the pervasiveness of AI. I'm thinking of the ART, which is another wonderful character in the stories. And going back to what we were talking about earlier, how much of a risk do you see about the idea of autonomous AI? Is it something that we really, even if we don't think they're going to rise up and slay us, that we still need to really keep a tight grip on? Or is it just inevitable that eventually created intelligences will attain some degree of autonomy?
I don't think I know enough about AI to speculate, because I know that a lot of people think, oh, the singularity is coming and things like that, but I'm not really. I think that if that does happen, it's quite a long way off. I think the thing we need to worry about now is the people who are designing the algorithms. I think we probably heard about the Tesla cars or the self-driven cars that, not self-driven, what's that mean?
Self-driving cars.
Self-driving, yeah. The ones that, the self-driving cars, I'm sorry. I'm still trying to get my brain to work after the past few days. Running into people, or, that they forgot to tell it that they forgot to program it hit a bicycle or something, and they said, well, we forgot to tell it not to hit bicycles. I'm obviously making this sound, dumber than it even was, but why did you tell it to hit anything? It's a car. They're not supposed to hit things. It was in just the fact that you have to worry about the human element, the humans who are programming this and what their agenda is, and how competent they are. I think that's our biggest worry now with AI that's autonomous. There's a little film on Twitter of a delivery robot, which is probably being directed by someone. It's really hard to tell if that or if it was just programmed on a route that just pushes through a crime scene out on the street, and just things like that. So I don't think it's necessarily that what we need to do at our position now is worry too much about what a created intelligence might do in the future. I think we need to worry about the humans who are programming the algorithms, because there's a lot of indication already that that's going to be a huge problem. Also, though, for the idea of a future creative intelligence, there's a story called, what is it? I think it's Fandom for Robots. There's two stories that are really similar, and I keep getting them mixed up, but this one is by Veena Prasad, and it's about the first sentient robot, or the first robot that achieved sentience, who's now an outmoded model and has been kind of stuck in a museum in Tokyo, and it doesn't get any interaction really, except it kind of has to come out for 20 minutes per day and speak to the visitors, kind of do a spiel and answer a couple of questions, and then that's it. And the rest of the time, it's just sitting around this museum with nothing to do. And it really comments on the idea that, yeah, you created this intelligence. What are you going to do with it now? You know, it's not like a Neopet, and you can just pretend that it's not there anymore and let it you know, die a software death or whatever. But it's a really good story, and it actually has a happy ending as the robot gets on the internet and it becomes a fan of a TV show and meets other kids that are fans of it, and ends up writing fan fiction. But yeah, I think that is something we have to think about. But I think the concern more now is what humans are going to do with autonomous AI.
Before we leave the issue of writers altogether, not that we ever really can, I did want to ask that if you could speak to what the role of the fiction writer in presenting these issues and dealing with these issues. Had a lunchtime conversation with one of our other guests about the issue of stories and narrative. And so what do you see as the role of the fiction writer, as opposed to the journalist, as opposed to the science writer, as opposed to the historian? What's the role of your kind of storytelling, do you think, in considering these issues?
Well, I think it's always been to make people think about these possibilities that are in the future and think about them now. Because like Veena's story about what do you do with the first sentient robot? You've created a person, basically. Do you treat it like a person, or do you treat it like a thing? And to get people thinking about those things as early as possible. And it's going to be the people that thought about those things, you know, when they were reading these stories as college students or young professionals, and then go into these positions where they can make decisions, who are going to have the mechanism already built in their minds to be able to deal with this. And it's just kind of like any kind of storytelling. At one event a few years ago, someone came up and asked me, he said we were speaking about science fiction and fantasy in general, and he had would buy books for his cousins and nieces and nephews, and they wanted these, what he thought were really dark, dystopian sort of post-apocalyptic books. And it was worrying him a little bit. And I said, that's how kids learn to deal with these ideas. I mean, especially people my age, when we were growing up, we were, kind of bombarded with the idea that, we're going to die in a nuclear war, we're going to die in the Bermuda Triangle, quicksand, whatever, you're going to die in all these ways. And the stories kind of really help you deal with that and help you, they're cathartic in some ways, but they're also just kind of building these mechanisms so that you can think about these things and think about these things in different ways and think past them. So I think it's just part of that. And I think that's why we've always had fiction in our cultures, and we've always, and it's always been very powerful.
Yeah, I have, where it's about to the point where we need to open it up for questions from the audience. I did have one more question here. In an earlier session today, the point was made that it is pretty much inevitable that our students who are going into military careers are going to, sooner or later, be dealing with, even working alongside some level of AI. And sort of going back to what you were just saying about the power of stories, I mean, what would you want students who are going into the military and inevitably working with alongside AI, what would you want them to take into that experience? What would you want them to think about going into that?
Probably two things, kind of related to what I said earlier, is to try to know the agenda of the people who programmed it and think about that, what if that matches your own moral compass, particularly if it's someone involved with the Tesla Corporation, and also to think about if this did become a sentient AI, are you going to be the person who treated the robot nicely and gets to survive later, or are you going to be the person that kicked it around and doesn't? Which that's mostly a joke.
Well, the okay, so I do want to make sure that we have time for questions from the audience. So I believe what we've been doing, if you have a question for Ms. Wells, if you will come up, there are microphones on either side of the front here, so please come on down, and happy to hear your questions. Okay, immediately, two intrepid souls. One student, one faculty, perfect balance at all times. Okay, we'll start over here.
All right. Hi, Ms. Wells. My name is Jordan Jean, and the question that I have today is kind of multi-part, but goes back to what Dr. Cox was talking about, how when it comes to writing stories about AI, we're very fast to hop on the AI is bad, we are going to die from this bandwagon, instead of the greatness that AI and robotics can give to society. Because how I see it, it could be another technological revolution, like how cell phones, the internet, personal computers brought upon us. But I feel like, when you're a writer, I would say doom and misery sells better than optimism, unfortunately. But I've seen films, mostly films, about how AI will destroy us all, instead of more of the good and the bad that it can bring. There's a 2013 movie by the name of Her. I'm not too sure if you ever heard of it or watched it, but it's pretty much how AI at a certain point becomes sentient, and a lot of people end up starting to form romantic relationships with AI, as just going off and conversing with people is just way too hard. Why don't we see any more of that, as really more of the mixture of the two, that good and bad that AI can bring in robotics?
Is the question, why don't we see more of that in media? More of
more of that in just storytelling. Like, I mean, I feel like, when it comes to narrating, movies can help, but in all forms of storytelling, whether it's a novel, movie, video game.
I think there's a lot of examples of more relationships with AI, not like the sex robot thing from Her, but the in books, and there have been recently in movies. I don't know if you've heard of Becky Chambers. She's got a series basically it starts out with an AI in a spaceship that's basically part of the crew, and then ends up having to be put into a human body, and then absolutely does not want to be in a human body, and that kind of, and it really examines the relationships between the AI and the humans, and the mistakes the humans make in those relationships. Autonomous by Anna Lee Newitz, it gets into that in a lot more serious way, where it's about basically a human that falls in love with a robot, and a lot of the story is from the robot's perspective, and the robot just can't process these emotions in the same way that the human does, and so the relationship is seen very differently from both sides. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of things that are coming out. There's not a lot, actually, probably if you think there would be more stories now about AI, but in
I feel like there would be
streaming services and things. What did you say?
I said I feel like there would be more stories really telling the good as what AI could do, especially I would say nowadays, as there's a lot of companies who are trying to kickstart an AI robotic, I would say revolution really, because of what it can do. Because there's a lot of what AI can do, but I feel like we're quick to hop on the bandwagon of what we don't want it to do. So we already got off of, what we don't want from AI, like, wiping out humanity. So why don't we keep that in mind while doing that and have a more positive eye when discussing artificial intelligence and robotics?
Well, I think that's part of the challenge of writing technology in science fiction. If it's really difficult, it's a really challenge to your imagination to imagine what future technology is going to be like. I think particularly at this point in time, it was easier earlier when technology was progressing at a much slower pace. But even say, like, you look back at the 70s, and I don't know if you're familiar with cyberpunk literature.
I definitely am, yes.
Yeah, but there's no cell phones in a lot of the early cyberpunk, because at that time they didn't think cell phones would ever catch on because they couldn't be secure. And they at the time they're just told, no, the technology will never catch on, and so writers believe that, and so they don't have cell phones in these stories, where obviously, nowadays we all have our little computer that we carry around in our pocket we communicate with. So I think in some ways it's just like it's a failure of imagination. Also, I think that you're right to a certain extent that we are bombarded by negative images. Like there's always the robot dog will come and kill you things. If you see them on Twitter, and everyone's always like, oh, this will kill us now. And it's like, yeah, but there's good things we can, if it kills us, it's going to be a human programming it to kill us. So it's really the human who's the blame, So yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, thanks for being here, and thanks for mentioning all the fabulous women science fiction writers that are writing about these topics today. So check out everybody she mentioned. They're all great, especially Becky Chambers. But I think this touches on something I wanted to ask you as well, which is I think what stands out to me about Murderbot, who I love, by the way, is that the stories are told with such a sense of humor, right? And I think humor is integral to these stories in a way that when I think about other AI stories that I've read, humor is often not part of them. I think we get that kind of very negative, kind of scary tone that the previous question asker was talking about. So I was hoping you could actually talk about why you chose to approach the story with such a sense of humor, and how the humor is important to the story of Murderbot.
I think it's just the voice of the character. When I start writing something, I don't do a lot of planning out in advance. There's different methods of writing, and the two opposing, not really sides, but diametrically opposed views are basically the planner, the outliner, the person who basically plans out almost every step in advance, kind of like a storyboard for a movie, and then the people who just kind of wing it. And I've always been one of the people who wings it. And usually when I can't start working on anything until I get the main character, the main viewpoint character, and their voice. And I don't usually, before Murderbot, I don't usually write in first person. I think I'd done one short story in first person since, you know, I first started publishing in 1993. And when I started working on this character, and it was obviously a first person story, and it was obviously to me that this character was going to have a lot of bitter humor. And a lot of that comes from me. That's kind of my response to trauma in my life, is to have a very bitter sense of humor about it. So a lot of that sense of humor from Murderbot comes from me, and into me, that really just, that was integral to the character's voice.
Yeah, we are just approaching the end of time. There was a student question over there. Sean, why don't you, no, you were, I believe, why don't you go ahead, and then we'll have to see how much time we have left.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the speaker and Professor Cox for calling me out, bringing me back. So my question is about I think the topic of EI is rather like a topic of, I think, the fact that we're having this discussion in the United States, there is a certain privilege that goes into it, because countries like Afghanistan, where I come from, these are not even remotely as part of the priorities, because there are other issues that are going on. But at the same time, these are the kind of decisions that will be made in America, but they will affect the world in most cases. So how do we think that the people who will be affected but do not necessarily play a key role here, how their perspective, how their needs are being met, or how they're even part of this conversation?
Well, to a large extent, they aren't. I mean, that's one of the problems of the world right now, really, is we want this global, connection, but we're not taking into account what it's going to do to, again, the people you described, the people who really don't have a voice in this right now. That's just kind of, I think, probably the biggest problem of our age, actually. So I wish I had a better answer for you, but I mean, you're absolutely right.
Okay,
thank you so much.
We have two questioners left. I think we can just get them each in. So quickly to over here, and then quickly over there.
I'll be quick. Big fan of the Murderbot series and science fiction all of my life. So I would say you're up against a lot of tough competition over the history of 50 years of reading science fiction, and it's right up at the top. So thank you. And a big plug for people who haven't read it yet. They should go out and buy at least the first book. You mentioned, AI is probably not what we need to be worried about. It's the people that are designing and programming and setting it up. Could you expand on that, or expand on another vertical of concern that you think our students should be aware of, or a place they should be thinking out of the box with regards to AI as they go forward?
Well, just things like the algorithms that I think this came up with Google, where because of the input they were feeding into the algorithm, it was starting to say racist things because it was having access to that kind of conversations. So I think just people need to be more aware of all the pitfalls. I think there's a lot of people that are, there's actually a discussion on Twitter about failures in products put forward by Google, like Google Glass and things like that. And he listed all these different products and said the failure was built into these products from the very beginning, and the engineers knew about it, but everyone just ignored it because the push to get this product out, and this fancy product, and look at, was more imperative than actually building something that was useful and that was good and people were going to want it. And I think that's part of the problem with the algorithms. When they're rushed, when there's not adequate thought put into what is actually going into basically the engine that drives it. Like, for example, the Mid-Journey AIs, and what they do is they scrape art off the internet and then put it together into different shapes, which is kind of a cool game, basically, for people. But then people are trying to use them as in place of human-created art and say, well, this is my original AI-created art. And it's not original. It's pieces of other people's copyrighted art that they've put together. And there's a lot of discussion and really anger among artists right now that make their living selling their art online, that these things they've worked on so hard are just going in as fodder to this algorithm without their permission. And so it's just, there's so many different considerations, I think, and I don't think we've even come to the end of the number of ways we as humans can royally screw this up in this kind of beginning era of all this.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. And our last question.
Hello, I was curious, you talked about using basically your experience as a programmer to frame Murderbot's mindset. I'm curious how you even begin to approach the topic of an AI or intelligence different from ours when there are so many different human intelligences and ways that humans think. And how do you start getting into that like neurodivergence, and where does that end and where does AI start? I know it's kind of a thorny and difficult question, but.
Well, it's, I am neurodivergent. So I basically started with how I think. Basically the way I found out that I was neurodivergent, because when I grew up I was born in 1964, and when I grew up in the 70s, you know, they didn't very seldom diagnose people with, you know, anything ADHD or anything like that, and they certainly didn't with women. If you were female, then you were acting up. You didn't have, you know, a condition that you needed help with. You know, you were just acting up. So I didn't know I was neurodivergent until I started writing and kind of realized how differently my mind worked from other people, and talking about the characters I created. And so Murderbot is kind of the culmination of that, of a lot of the things I've found out about the way my own brain works. And it's just kind of been continually astonishing to me, the way people talk about, well, this is the way an AI would think. And it's like, is it really? It's as big a surprise to me as it was to anybody else, actually.
And we are at the end of our time. Martha, thank you so much. This was absolutely fascinating. And let's hope the world will right itself, and next time we'll do this in person. Thank you again.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And yeah, again, I wish I could be there in person. I'm so sad I had to miss it. But thank you. Thank you all.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 28th Military Writer Symposium. My name is Dr. Travis Morris, and I have the privilege and honor of being the director for Norwich University's Peace and War Center, as well as the executive director for the Military Writer Symposium. We're glad that you're here. And for those of you, if this is your first session of the day, if you would permit me, let me just discuss about what's transpired and then what's going to happen over the next couple of days. So this morning we started off with our keynote. We had the Israeli ambassador on campus speaking about the intersection of artificial intelligence, robotics, and security, particularly between nation states. And then we also had John Abele, who is the founder and director of Boston Scientific. And I will say, if you're not familiar with Boston Scientific, you should Google that. We're thrilled and honored to have him here. We've had sessions that look at the intersection between science fiction and robotics and what that means. And then we also had a session from August Cole, and he is one of our globe's leading futurists. Both him and his co-author Peter Singer have written books that have been read around the globe in multiple different languages. So the Military Writer Symposium, it's the only event of its kind in the United States. And our charge, what we've been doing for 28 years, is to select topics that are a relevant security concern for the 21st century. Last year, we focused on the Arctic. Before that, we focused on the weaponization of water. And this year, we're focused on the intersection of artificial intelligence and robotics. And for the students that are in the room, whether you're here because a class is here, AI and robotics impacts your life, whether you recognize it or not. If you have a cell phone, the world in which you live in is centered on AI and what that means, both positive and negative. That's why we're here having this discussion over the next couple of days. This is a team effort, and what does that mean? That means that in order to adequately discuss this topic, we brought in subject matter experts to help us think through this security issue and just event in general from multiple different angles. And for the students in the room, particularly those that are going to serve in some sort of capacity, either security, defense, law enforcement, policy, you need to recognize that this is the world in which you're going to be living in which we already are living in. And the topics and things that some of us here are imagining, it's the world in which you are going to operate. You're going to be making decisions, and you're going to be leading. That's important, and that's why you're here. That's why the symposium exists, and that's why we're having this discussion over the next couple of days. Outside in the lobby, there's a program. Make sure you take a look at the program. And if you see there's 3 other reports that are there, those are done by your peers. Those are research that's done by student fellows that have been associated with the Military Writer Symposium. It wasn't done by staff. It wasn't done by faculty. Those are done by your peers. It's important to know what your peers are sometimes thinking about and doing, and just some of the things that are available for you on campus. And one of the things that Norwich has been doing for 200 years plus, we've been trying to think about what's next, what's ahead, and how to prepare you to lead through that. And this is what's on the docket for you. And if you're thinking that cyber or AI is not part of something you should be thinking about, doesn't matter your major, it certainly is. And that's why we're here today. And we're thrilled that you're here, but also we're thrilled that our guests are here. So one of the things we do at Norwich is we try and include students in all that we do. This goes back to our beginning. This is what Partridge did as he marched them around the Green Mountains and the White Mountains. Now we do that digitally, and we do that overseas, and we want student voices to be heard. And the other thing I just want to make sure that we all realize is even though we're having this discussion today in English, this discussion is being held across the globe in multiple different languages, from Spanish to Japanese to Korean to Arabic to Swahili, and also to English and to German. It's a global conversation. We've had some students read some of their essays in another language. So we've had Ukrainian, and we're going to have some others over the next couple of days. But we've also had some students that have written some pieces to talk about their reflections on security. One of the things also to recognize is when we're talking about AI and robotics, it does involve cross-cultural competencies. And so it's not something that is irrelevant. We should be talking about thinking cross-culturally. But we also should talk about the psychology of AI. How does that impact with your emotions? What happens when you have robots and artificial intelligence that can read your emotions better than you, and they also portray emotions? And part of those emotions, we know from our veterans, have to deal with trauma. And trauma has to deal with PTSD. And so when we're talking about these variables, we definitely want you to know that AI is not just about programming. It's not something that's always just about science fiction. It's not something that's about the DoD. It involves a wide spectrum of disciplines and conversations. So we're going to ask our student reader today to come on up and share his reflections, and then after that I'll turn it over to the moderator for our panel today. The floor is yours.
So good afternoon to everybody who is here in person and online. First and foremost, I'm going to thank my parents who have always helped me with my writing career. And without further ado, here's my piece entitled Coming Back. His hands couldn't stop shaking. The ring of battle had long since ceased to thrum in his ears, leaving him calm but not at peace. He was fine. More than fine, he was alive. That was more than half his squad could say. If only his hands would stop shaking. He thought back to all the seminars, the words of wisdom, the briefs meant to prepare him for the vital moments his life would rest in his hands, so like the rifle that took more of his life with each shot fired. And with every hand clapped on his shoulder, he'd believed more and more that it was possible to get through this unscathed. And he had, right? The words of every combat veteran who'd warned him flooded the panic that could no longer threaten him. In a span of minutes, he had come to understand combat was the easy part. Coming home, pretending that everything was okay, smiling at the loving wife and the neighbors who'd encouraged him to give the enemy what was coming to him as if they had a clue, that was the hard part. How was he supposed to go back to watching ball games with his friends after firing rounds into flesh? How was he supposed to watch his daughter in her Christmas play when he saw dead friends waving from the wings? Plenty of people came back from this. He knew that. He could do it. And didn't he owe it to the friends who couldn't make it back from this, the ones who would never get the chance? He would, he promised himself, if only his hands would stop shaking. Thank you.
So question to you, in the future, is it possible that that could be from some sort of robotic perspective? Don't know, right? 100 years from now, 200 years, we don't know. But these are some of the things that we're thinking about. So it's my honor and privilege to turn the floor over to Dr. Brian Bradke, Spotlight Labs. Welcome back to Norwich. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. And sir, the floor is yours.
Hey, thanks Travis, I appreciate that. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Brian Bradke. As Travis alluded with the welcome back, I was faculty here in mechanical engineering for 6 years. And I truly miss it. It's nice to see some of my colleagues. Good to see you again. And if any of my students are still sitting in the audience, I'm sorry that you couldn't get out in 4 years. Hopefully there's not any. I haven't seen them yet. It is my privilege to be moderating this panel. My background, apart from Norwich, I left Norwich to join Spotlight Labs. And we are a company that is building biomedical sensors, systems, and algorithms to bridge the man-machine gap. And that is, how do we bring the physical machine and in this case, the soldier together to be a more effective fighting force. As a part of that work, we're sponsored by DARPA, and that leads us into the topic for today's panel called Secret Science, DARPA, and Unimagined Technologies. And I have the distinct privilege of introducing Sharon Weinberger, who's joining us from the Wall Street Journal. She is the Wall Street Journal's National Security and Foreign Policy Editor. Previously, she was the Washington, D.C. Bureau Chief for Yahoo News. Prior to that, she was an executive editor at Foreign Policy Magazine, and earlier the National Security Editor at The Intercept. Her third book, published in 2017, is called The Imagineers of War, The Untold Story of DARPA, the Pentagon agency that changed the world. And so today what I'd like to do is, originally Sharon was going to open with some comments, but I think we just want to jump right into discussion. And I have a few canned questions here, but I'd like to invite our guests here in the audience, if you've got questions, to please come down to the microphone. and participate in the discussion, because that's a lot more engaging and I think a lot more interesting, and it certainly keeps us on our toes. But ultimately, we want to discuss the things that you're interested in as well as talking about the things that we're interested in. So I will get started. I read a little bit of your book called The Imagineers of War, and DARPA, which actually started as ARPA, originally got a start after Sputnik in the space race, and then after they had sort of handed off the responsibilities to NACA, then NASA, they almost went extinct, but they found a way to maintain relevance, and I was wondering if you could talk about what it was like in early days at DARPA and kind of how did they, where did they get their start?
Sentence, much better, that said, this agency will do those projects as directed by the Secretary of Defense, which were initially in the space race. So within a year, that was successful. We actually weren't that far behind the Soviet Union. We launched the first satellite. We launched the US's first satellite into space. And then very quickly, this is one of the reasons I call it an untold history, this new agency lost its mission. The space programs, the military space programs were taken back by the military services, and the civilian space programs went to the newly formed NASA. So you suddenly have this agency without a clear mission. It had some sort of leftover programs. And it had a very ambitious official there who kind of looked at how they could use this new agency and saw a brewing conflict in Vietnam. Not a part of history we hear about today when we think about DARPA as this Pentagon agency that invented the internet, stealth aircraft, drones. But in fact, from the early 1960s to the early 1970s, one of the biggest growing, basically the biggest and high profile mission area that DARPA was involved in was the war in Vietnam. At one point it had several hundred personnel located in both Vietnam and in Thailand, trying to come up with counterinsurgency technologies. And so it was involved in that fight in Vietnam as sort of the deployed counterinsurgence agency for the better part of 10 years. And in fact, getting to the theme of today's conference, some of the work that we most associate with DARPA today, like drones, came out of their work in Vietnam. To some extent, even computer networking, the internet came out of the early work that DARPA did in Vietnam, working with computers to help with targeting along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. So a lot of what we associate with DARPA today actually came from counterinsurgency, and it's kind of an interesting inflection point here where, as a nation, we're coming out of 20 years of insurgency and counterinsurgency work and pivoting back towards great power competition. When the US came out of Vietnam in the early 1970s, DARPA had to rethink its strategy. How do we take these technologies that we developed for counterinsurgency and make them relevant for the battle against the Soviet Union? I think one of the challenges that is facing probably scientists and technologists who work in and for the Pentagon today is how do you take that 20 years of work on counterinsurgency and make it relevant for this pivot that we're making back to great power competition. When it comes to robotics and artificial intelligence, one of the reasons I was so interested in DARPA was to ask a question, which is, we often consider it one of the most successful research agencies, certainly most successful military research agencies around, is what makes it successful. I think one of the things I came out of interviews for the book thinking was, there's really two questions to ask. What is the national security problem you're trying to solve? And is that an important problem? There's lots of problems you can solve that are small problems. And is the solution you're proposing going to actually solve that problem? So it's kind of the biggest lesson I took away from interviewing DARPA researchers.
Yeah, and so thanks for the historical context. Fast forward now, 50 years to today, has there been a great evolution or change in the way that DARPA operates, or I guess what is there? Do they still have the same mission or kind of strategic implications?
They have the same fundamental mission. I think there's a lot of mythology around the agency. So it's known, to give you kind of the thumbnail sketch of what DARPA is today, it's an approximately $4 billion agency. It has 160-some technical personnel, usually program managers, who come in to run programs for limited periods of time, usually anywhere between 2 and 5 years is general. There's always exceptions to the rule. And it is project-based. So they will start a project, do it to the completion or failure, and then it is up to usually a military service or some other place to kind of do something with it. What was so interesting about the research is if you look back in the archives in 1958, the entire personnel of DARPA was on like a notebook card, an index card like you have there. Today there is, or at least there was, I don't think they actually print it anymore, a phone book of DARPA personnel, because it's not just these 160 technical personnel, it's also support workers around them. So it is still a much more nimble agency than other parts of the Pentagon. What they often like to say is we have the freedom to fail. You don't learn unless you can fail. They certainly have more ability to move money around, but they aren't quite as small and agile as they like to believe or as they once were. And I think that's actually one of the biggest problems that they're facing today is, how big should the agency be? How much money should they spend? I think the other major change that we've seen, and this is one where I get a lot of criticism sometimes from current people in DARPA, and I'm happy to hear that criticism, but I can only say the research I did was the research I did. They have a lot less access to the senior leadership of the Pentagon that they once did. Back in these early days of 1958, DARPA was located, just on the same corridor in the E-ring of the Pentagon as the Secretary of Defense. They were getting taskings directly from the President, directly from the Secretary of Defense. So for instance, speaking to robotics, artificial intelligence, so ARPANET, which was the predecessor to the Internet, came out of some direct taskings from Pentagon senior leadership in some ways. Now, DARPA sits in a very nice building in Northern Virginia. Certainly the director has communications with senior defense officials, but I don't think they have quite that connection. So what happens when you're sort of separate from the Pentagon leadership? Well, in one case, you have more freedom. You can do interesting projects. On the other hand, if you don't know what the major national security problems that senior leaders are facing, whether it's in the Pentagon or the White House, you're sort of defining them on your own. And I would argue, and I think that I've had pushback to that argument, that the problems they're trying to solve today are often less important. And I know that sounds terrible, and I'm a big fan of the work the agency has done. So when we take it back to the early days, they were trying to get us into space. That was the #1 thing in 1958. They were trying to win the Vietnam War. It certainly was what I think one DARPA director called a glorious failure. And what he meant was, yes, it was a failure, but it was glorious in terms of its ambitions. I think DARPA works on very good problems now. It does very good work. I think it is perhaps less ambitious than it once was. Those are the changes.
Yeah, thank you. So working in, as a small business owner and bringing products to market, I noticed a stark difference between how private markets do innovation and funding and seed capital and investment, venture capital. And they seem to have an attitude of make a lot of small bets, knowing that 90% of them are going to fail, and let the few really good ideas kind of flourish and turn into products, companies, et cetera. Over the last few years, we've seen the Department of Defense try and do the same thing with the Defense Innovation Units and the AFWorks and these other kind of things. Has DARPA been successful at doing that same kind of model? Are they trying to adopt more of a kind of a private equity model, or are they sticking to more of the bureaucratic government model?
So what DARPA has long argued is exactly that, you know, I forget the exact percentages they use, you know, if 90% of our projects fail, but that 10% or even that 1% is the internet, you know, ARPANET, which led to the internet, or it is stealth aircraft, then that success, that big success, makes up for all the failures. Well, and I think that's a good philosophy. And so DARPA leadership often doesn't like to be compared to these other organizations. They kind of look at them as encroaching on their territory. I think one DARPA director told me, you know, we've always worked with Silicon Valley. You know, we don't need all of these other new agencies. And it's an interesting argument. And I think they may have some points there. But the things that I always point out is it's important. The other thing that DARPA often likes to say is we don't remember the failures. And that's very dangerous. And what they mean by that is, you know, because they want to be able to try, you know, like hypersonics, you've failed 10 times, but the 11th time will be a success. My counter argument to that is often it's really important to know why you failed before so you don't make the same mistake. You know, one of the stories I sometimes relate, and it's important to know why something fails, and this goes in a little bit to the area you work in. Back in the early 1970s, the CIA asked DARPA, the CIA was funding psychics and parapsychology. You know, the idea you had people with ESP powers, you could sit in a room and imagine a Soviet sub-base and draw it. Anyway, the CIA was very excited about this work, so they invited the DARPA director over to brief him on it, and will DARPA take a look and maybe get involved in funding it? And so they sent this program manager out, George Lawrence, who had been one of the originators of research in US government for biofeedback. The idea that you probably deserve that you have sensors that give information that can feed back to the person. I'll actually let you talk about that a little bit. And you know, they kind of, in the 1970s, this was kind of considered a hippy-dippy area, so they were like, who better to send out than George, who kind of is in these hippy-dippy areas, and he can go meet the psychics. So he went out to view this CIA-funded work, actually out in Silicon Valley at SRI, the old Stanford Research Institute, where a couple of scientists there were doing work with psychics, including Uri Geller, who people of a certain age will remember from the Johnny Carson show, Bending Spoons. Anyway, George went out, took a look at this work, pretty quickly decided it was, you know, Uri was a showman and a magician. Uri still says he helped the CIA, but I'll let that debate just be out there. And came back and kind of reported, like, yeah, it'd be very nice to imagine Soviet bases, but this isn't the way you could do it. But actually what George took out of that was another program saying, okay, suppose you could move things with your brain. How do we actually do that? And from biofeedback, he then originated sort of the US government research program in brain-computer interface, which some of you may be more, I mean, this is, you know, 5 decades ago. We're still not there yet, but you have people like Elon Musk with Neuralink trying to link the human brain with machines. Can you have sensors, whether on the head or implanted, that will help you move a computer cursor, a device? I think the way they imagined it back in the early 1970s at DARPA was you would be able to operate an aircraft with your mind. That's going to be a ways away. But point being, you know, there are, it's important, you know, if you want brain-computer interface, I'm going to say that computers are probably going to be a more successful route to that than the psychics. So knowing why something works and making it scientific is, you know, knowing that if you want that 1% to succeed, choose the right programs.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a challenge, right? Is how do you have the foresight to look at a fledgling program and decide whether or not it could be successful, and then ultimately whether or not to fund it and to continue to support it. So that ultimately does become successful in transition, and that's a struggle too. So you're absolutely right. And in terms of, you know, emerging technology, so I know the title of this panel is Secret Science, and I know everybody would love to know about all the secrets that we have going on. I know there's at least one UFO pilot in the audience. I don't see him here, but there is one, and you can find him after and ask him about doing that. But when it comes to DARPA, and everybody has these ideas that they're working on this just incredible technology that's way out in the future, and we haven't even thought of it yet. What do you see as coming next? Where do you think the state of defense innovation and technology is ultimately going to go. Is it propulsion? Is it aircraft? Is it just AI robots that can go fight our wars for us? What do you see as, from your experience as coming next?
I think what has been a big focus of DARPA and now the Defense Department writ large has been hypersonics. I've often, I guess I've interviewed a lot of skeptics over the years about how useful they can be, but I've also seen some convincing arguments in recent years. I think that is where you're seeing a lot of progress. You're seeing a lot of funding go in. It is actually one of these areas where it has become very classified in recent years, which makes it very difficult, at least as a journalist on the outside, to say, like, are these programs successful? Are they not successful? I don't think we will know for some years. I thought when I finished up the book on DARPA back in 2017, which meant I think the writing and research was done in 2016, their Biological Technologies Office, which actually was, again, reviving this work on brain-computer interface, I kind of thought that was going to be the big area, at least of investment. Hard to say now. I mean, so where goes the Department of Defense, there goes DARPA. So I don't know how much they're focusing on that now. I think less and less. But this question, and this goes to the sort of the artificial intelligence and robotics themes, what problem are you trying to solve? And, is that technology capable of solving it? Back in the early 1960s, the DARPA program manager who started the program that became ARPANET and the internet, J.C.R. Licklider, he wrote this very famous essay on man-computer symbiosis. And so J.C.R. Licklider, the godfather of the internet, basically said, I think we're going to get to artificial intelligence someday. I think maybe he thought it was pretty far away. I still have my, I think it may be still pretty far away of true artificial intelligence. But he said you're going to have this in-between period of, what he called man-computer symbiosis, of working seamlessly with machines. That's sort of where his idea of computer networking came out of. So is that brain-computer interface? I don't know. I still think that there's a lot that we don't understand, a lot about the human brain. But could we see usable devices? I think some people are arguing that I don't think there are things that are particularly useful. But I think that's the question that when I look to the future, I would ask. If you want to know where things are going, what is the national security problem we're trying to solve with artificial intelligence, with brain-computer interface? And if you can kind of solve that one, you have a better idea of where we're going with the technology.
Absolutely. I mean, and one of the biggest challenges we face right now is with recruitment, manning levels across the services and shortfalls in that regard. So I certainly think if you asked anybody at the Pentagon what's keeping them up at night, China, Ukraine, and probably recruitment retention, which then leads into how do I build myself an autonomous, fighting robot. Now, I'll let you guys discuss that the next hour when we get to arming artificial intelligence. But the question I wanted to ask was, again, this kind of secret science. So assuming that DARPA is working on sort of these technologies that are presumably secret because we don't know about them yet, as a scientist, secrecy kind of hurts your innovation, right? Not being able to freely communicate and listen to other people communicate their ideas, and poke holes in your hypotheses, and then work really hard to kind of advance and then defend your ideas. I wonder if you think that operating in secret as a defense agency, do you think that has held us back at all in the defense industry?
What I would say, what I hear from DARPA directors and program officers I've spoken with is that you want to keep something secret if it provides you a capability that's an advantage over an enemy. That would be a justification. I can only speak to what I've seen as a journalist looking at an array of science and technology programs. It's possible, we're keeping technology programs classified for that reason, I think is not whether I personally think, but that's a coherent argument that I can buy into. We have a hypersonic technology that gives us a strategic advantage, a tactic, whatever sort of advantage, and we want to keep that secret from our competitors, from our enemies. I think where I've seen programs a lot of damage done is when science is kept secret, because it is, first of all, so much at odds with the way science is conducted, of peer review, of publication. So, and this is where it gets into brain-computer interface. There was a program at DARPA in the early aughts, in the 2000s, called Augmented Cognition. You may be familiar with it, which was exactly that. You're going to put sensors on people's heads and, you know, give feedback to them. The science was just, from what I heard from people who worked on it, just a mess. So you need to get that out there. One of the most disastrous DARPA projects of all time that we talked a little bit over lunch was back in the 1960s when the US government realized that Moscow was irradiating the US embassy in Moscow. This may be familiar to those of you who have followed the Havana syndrome controversy. And the CIA was like, well, why are they doing this? Why are they irradiating the US embassy? And one of the theories at the time in the 1960s was that they were doing this to sort of affect the brains of, you know, CIA personnel and embassy workers in the building. And so the CIA asked that, eventually got translated down to DARPA, that DARPA start a top secret project to look at the scientific effects of microwaves on the human brain. And, you know, this program continued on for 5 or 6 years, all in secret, and it was basically a hodgepodge of bad science, of dirty data. There was no baseline set, but no one knew it because it was all conducted in secret. So that's where I see the problems, where the science is kept secret, not the technology.
Interesting insight, and thanks. I'm sure, I know I'd never heard of the Moscow signal before, but certainly Havana syndrome had been going around the news in the last
It was a very parallel thing of sort of, you know, concerns about microwave radiation effects on humans. Actually, the big difference was in the 1960s, I think it continued through the early 1970s, was we knew, you know, we could detect the microwave radiation. The question was it having an effect on personnel? With the Havana syndrome, these US personnel that reported health symptoms out of Havana and then around the world, microwave radiation was never detected. It was theorized that that would explain the effects on the personnel.
And that's still unsolved, right?
It's unsolved, and it suffers from some of the same problem that a lot of the data, you know, because the patients themselves, the initial group were reportedly CIA personnel, so there has been a lot of secrecy around that. I would say it's a similar problem.
Interesting. So again, in keeping with secrets, so when conflict does arise, things obviously transpire that are unplanned, and new technologies are often divulged sort of in an unplanned manner. The best example from recent history would be the stealth helicopter during the Bin Laden raid. Hey, we didn't know we had those, and there it is on the front page of the paper, right, so of the Wall Street Journal, as it were. And so you're obviously watching what's happening in Ukraine, and I'm wondering, with this sort of near-peer conflict, have we seen any new technologies or new techniques or tactics emerge that before we hadn't thought of or planned for?
So, yeah, I mean, so the Ukraine war is of course, it's characterized, it's you know, kind of what we think of a traditional, conventional war. But you do see aspects of technology, actually, that we tried to do in other places like Afghanistan. So I think one example, and again, this was a DARPA program as well. So back at the height of the Afghanistan conflict, DARPA had this idea that they would hand out cell phones to Afghans to help basically do open source, crowdsourced intelligence. So Afghans would record where they saw IEDs being placed. All of this information would go back and be mapped, and it would help us basically create a blanket of sensors across Afghanistan. I think many of you can imagine what the challenges were of that. That, of course, you know, it wasn't that we had there was not a unified population of support. You know, you were giving cell phones, military cell phones, to people that were, you know, in some cases put in danger by that. There were a whole host of problems, and people giving bad data. And, you know, it was certainly an interesting idea. It did not work by anybody's account. I think Defense Intelligence Agency wrote in a report that, yeah, it was a pretty dramatic failure. But what you're seeing in Ukraine is the Ukrainian government has done just that. They have an app where Ukrainians can report where they've seen Russian troop movements, all sorts of things. That, from what I've heard, has been very, very successful. So one of the differences is, of course, you have much better cell phone penetration in Ukraine. You also have a highly motivated population wanting to work with the government and reporting this data in. But still, the idea that is an example, that's something new, and it goes back to that idea that we have this network of sensors out there, which are humans. I mean, almost all of us carry cell phones. So that would be, I think, probably one of the examples I've seen. Another, of course, is drones. You know, it's interesting, we're seeing drones employed in such different ways than perhaps, I mean, certainly different than how the US employed them in places like Iraq and Afghanistan and elsewhere. I think that's one of the things that's also been a defining feature of the Ukraine war. And using them, frankly, much more like DARPA was trying to use small armed drones back in Vietnam. It's almost like, you know, it's how you use them in that case, less than the technology evolution, perhaps.
Yeah, interesting, and drone use on both sides of the conflict in this case, right? So a thing that we really haven't had to deal with in the Iraq and Afghanistan scenario is defending against the drone situation. Have there been any, you know, kind of big advances that have kind of shown up on the battlefield that you've seen in your reporting, or?
No, you know, I used to, you know, certainly the US has been thinking about counter-drone technology for a while, using everything from directed energy to, you know, kinetic solutions. I know that the US has promised to provide something called the Vampire, which I think is a Harris-produced counter-drone system. I kind of, you know, one of the people on my team was going to the big Army convention, AUSA in DC, and one thing I said is, like, when I go to one of the big military shows, what I always look for is, like, what do I see a lot of? So I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but I'd be really interested to see, have a lot of companies, are they showing new counter-drone solutions? I would expect, based on sort of previous history, that's where you'll start to see a lot of innovation. You know, what do countries do? They study the conflicts that are going on, and they're seeing how small, often cheap drones can be used. So it's, you know, I'm sure they're thinking about how to defeat against. I mean, there's things that are out there, of course, like jamming technology, but I'm sure there's a lot of other things being thought about.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. As a fighter pilot, unmanned aerial aircraft are my sworn nemesis, right? And I would love to jump into that conversation, but I really want to challenge you guys to talk about that at tonight's panel, which is arming artificial intelligence, because I think it's plain to see that you take a drone and you make it truly autonomous and put it in that contested environment to seek and destroy. You have a very capable and a very lethal weapon, but you also have some serious ethical questions, and I hope you get in that discussion. If not, I'll ask the question for sure. But going back to Ukraine, have there been any examples of new technologies that were ineffective? Something that we had developed, or that someone else perhaps had developed and deployed and brought to this kind of near-peer conflict that didn't work as advertised?
That is a great question. I remember there were initially reports of drones. So I think some types of drones that were provided to Ukraine by the West were defeated early on by jamming technology. But as we've seen, you know, drones as a whole have been successful. I think, you know, my opinion, and this probably doesn't bode well for a DARPA pitch, is that what we're seeing in Ukraine, I mean, first of all, that a motivated population really, really makes a difference. I think it's not always about advanced technology. I mean, I think when you look at something like HIMARS, it is, you know, when you have intelligence plus precision targeting, it can really, really do a lot of damage. But part of what we're seeing are traditional defense issues. You know, do your supply lines work? Can you produce enough bullets? You know, do you have the ability to re-equip forces? That's certainly, that's a problem that Russia is facing right now. And it's a problem for Ukraine as well. You know, it's a problem, frankly, for the West as well, which is supplying them. You know, we don't have enough air defense systems to provide Ukraine. That's an old-fashioned, that's not a technology problem, that's can you produce enough? And it's something, you know, that probably the United States needs to look at for its own capabilities.
One more question before I shift away from kind of the conflict in Ukraine, and you know, it is an interesting case study because it is a near-peer sort of, you know, first world, you know, major militaries kind of going, competing against each other here. What about the more non-kinetic sort of soft impacts? And I want to come at this from the standpoint of innovation, specifically, you know, DARPA and other industries. But when we look at the effects of social media or just the media in general, controlling the flow of information between sides and then amongst their peer groups and then across sort of the front line. What effects of technology have you seen or can you comment on in terms of employing AI to, say, filter messages or censor information or control what's being shared, and the importance of that?
I don't know, and maybe it's because it's not my area of expertise, I don't know that AI has played such a role in it. I could be wrong. It's more what we've seen in the evolution of conflicts going back to the war, Russia's war in Georgia as well, which is this battle for information with disinformation, frankly, on both sides, and also with the popularization on social media. I mean, it's just, when you look at what Ukraine, and to some extent the government there as well, has been able to do on social media, and understanding how important it is for them to kind of wage the battle there, it's interesting. I actually wanted to turn back. I thought of something in your last question about something that we haven't seen work out, and pose it more as a question. I think the one thing that those of us who watched Ukraine have all been asking since the beginning is, why have we not seen sort of the devastating cyber war that many people thought we would see in the Ukraine conflict? The U.S. has invested in this area, Russia has invested, many countries have invested in this area. So at the beginning of the war, we all expected, all is a little bit hyperbolic, but many of us expected that the war would start with sort of a series of cyber attacks that would take out Ukrainian infrastructure. We didn't see that. We've certainly seen cyber attacks. I don't have the best answer. I think that history is yet to be written, and it's a really, really interesting question to delve into. Is it because these capabilities aren't as useful or as developed as we thought they were? Was there some strategic reason that Russia didn't employ them? Did the U.S.? I mean, we do know and suspect that the U.S. has been helping them in a number of areas, certainly to include in the cyber area. Did the U.S. come in and protect them in some fashion? We don't know, but I guess we would say that's been an area that has, from face value, hasn't been perhaps as important or dramatic, and maybe it has and it's all in the shadows, but that is a great question for people to delve into in the future or now.
Yeah, fantastic. Do we have a question? Please.
Yeah, hi, great discussion. I'm Lyle Goldstein from Brown University and also Defense Priorities. My question is more, broader than DARPA, if you'll permit, but I think related. I worked for the Navy for 20 years, and one clear trend, I think this might be true in the other services, is this tendency in military industry toward kind of gold plating, putting every bell and whistle on the system so that it's exquisite, but so complex that it's difficult to operate. And the Navy has really struggled. I don't know if you're aware, but with the littoral combat ship, basically among specialists viewed as a total failure, and also the Zumwalt destroyer, which gets a shout out in the Ghost Fleet book, but unfortunately most naval analysts consider the entire surface fleet to be in huge trouble. And I don't know, maybe it's not as bad in the other services, but in some ways drones appear to be kind of a solution, right? I mean, they're relatively cheap. We could produce them in mass numbers and get us out of this bad situation. So I wonder kind of what your impression of that is. Has this been alleviated to some degree? And by the way, not to drag out this point, but the Navy force structure, I think they're constantly shooting for something like, 400 ships or something like that, and dreaming of the 1980s when we had 600, but I think now we're trying to kind of square the circle by saying, we'll get to 400, but a quarter of them will probably be unmanned, and so I wonder, do you have any thoughts for military leadership? I mean, that's an extraordinary decision to make when you're saying a quarter of your force structure are going to be unmanned without any of them having been tested in combat. So, your thoughts?
I always say I only know as much as the last person I interviewed. It's sort of, your question reminds me of back in, when I first started covering a lot of defense industry issues for a defense trade publication back in the early 2000s. And, this was when unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, were first becoming very, were first sort of entering warfare. I mean, now we think we almost take it for granted, but it was very new. And Congress mandated in one of the defense authorization bills, I think of 2000 or 2003, that by 2020, 1/3 of Army ground vehicles are going to be unmanned. Anybody know what percentage that is today? I'm guessing 0.1. So I think in that case, it was more of a technology problem. It turns out that it's much easier to go around in the air with a drone than it is on the ground where you have all sorts of objects. In this case, it's, I think what the Navy is facing is a procurement challenge and a leadership challenge. I mean, they have to make that decision. They have to decide what what their fleet should look like, what should be the mix. It's an area I haven't followed that much over the past few years, but I don't hear those decisions, those hard decisions being made. Certainly there's probably scholars of the Navy out there that could answer better than me what is going wrong there that those decisions aren't being made. That's the part I don't know. But it would take a major decision, and those are hard in the Pentagon.
I think the easiest way to put that back in the form of a question is, would you get on an airplane to fly home that didn't have any pilots sitting in the front? I'm sure there's some people here who would, and there's probably a lot of people who would say, I don't know if we're quite there yet. And if you're not willing to sit in the airplane with no pilots up front to take you home, understandably, if you were to put our entire national security posture under that same context of armed vehicles that are essentially roving the perimeter or flying as your wingmen in combat, that's a big leap of faith, and I'm not sure that the technology is there yet in terms of relying wholly on drones to fill that need. But I think we're moving towards that.
Yeah.
I think they'd like to get there.
I mean, what's interesting for me is I've been, when this question of AI and ethics kind of came to the forefront a few years ago, I was always sort of mystified from it because I always look at it from the opposite standpoint, like the congressional mandate back in 2002. So many of the things that I saw being predicted back in the early 2000s are not. We have taking pilots out of the cockpit. It's actually the small drones that are being used mostly on the battlefield. It's surprising. Things don't always go where you imagine them. I think science fiction is wonderful, and it can provide ideas for the future, but it's rarely a blueprint in my view.
Yes, please.
Sorry to go back to Ukraine, but it's about drones. Ukraine and a lot of the drones in Ukraine have been used for mainly surveillance because they don't have any big drones like Predators and such, and the U.S. But it's also been used for field spotting for artillery. Do you think that drones are going to have more of a kinetic future or more of surveillance? Because a human can't have thermal vision essentially, but drones can. And what do you think about the future of that, the surveillance and with battle damage reporting with missile strikes as with HIMARS, and because you need BDR after attacks. And sometimes Russia's problems, they've taken up 2 to 3 days in order to get BDR and another attack on a target after a failed attack. So how does that, do you see drones as that future, or do you see them more moving towards Connecticut and being the weapon at the front?
Are you talking about Ukraine or more broadly in the future?
Just what we've seen in Ukraine and then how that's going to affect the future.
So I think it's going to depend on the conflict. I mean, that's what's been so interesting to watch. How drones are being employed. So in a lot of cases, I think one of the things that I've seen reported is that, that they have gotten frustrated. They can, buy Chinese drones cheaper and, they have good engineers there and equip them with cameras for surveillance and do a lot of things that don't necessarily require advanced technology. Sometimes it's cheapness. So I think it's going to depend on, where they're going to be used and how they're going to be used. I mean, I think back in the 2000s, going up to 2009, 10, and 11, you know, as a reporter, I thought, okay, there's going to be the predator, and then there's going to be the replacement for and there was a program to replace the predator, and we're going to be going towards more drones that are armed, and that's not necessarily how the whole world is going. You know, you had Houthis in Yemen using, you know, effectively drones very effectively. I think it's going to depend on the conflict, and I think it'll evolve in ways that we didn't expect. You know, human ingenuity is amazing, if nothing else. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, and another question: do you see the future of like personnel warfare moving more towards urban and underground because of the prevalence of drones in the air?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't. I just haven't seen any movement towards that.
Thank you.
And we have time for one more question. Please, sir.
Thank you. I really appreciate hearing some of your comments about what I would call a technological blind spot or a tendency to overbet on a particular tech, because AI was, if you go back to the 50s, since the 50s, everybody's been saying, oh, in another 20 years, this is what's going to be happening. And it's taken 70 years and considerable advancement to get to the point where we've got mass computing and network availability of data to have some of this actually coming to the fore. And so the question I've got for you is, what's the other technological, I don't know, blind spot or the sexy tech that we're oversold on that we think is going to change the future when in fact there are other solutions? You know, as you said, what's the problem you're trying to solve? What's the tech do you have that's going to help you solve that? Or is the tech you're working with going to solve that? Are we over-betting on a particular technology and hoping something will spill out of it like it did from the space program or from DARPA in investigations into other tech? Are we oversold on something? Or do you know of or see a particular blind spot for us in the future that we should be bringing into that space that we think about for, you know, AI in the battlefield? We're sold on AI and robots for this particular seminar, but is there something else we're not thinking about?
We are oversold on AI and undersold on the importance of humans. I remember back in, I think around 2009, 2010, when there was a lot of investment before the current sort of hype over AI, a lot of DoD investment was being made in computational social science, trying to track, you know, where will the next IED attack be in Afghanistan, mixing in quantitative data on IED attacks with social data on Taliban influence, price of oranges, all sorts of unusual stuff. And I remember interviewing back at, what was the organization called JIDO, the Joint IED Defeat Task Force Organization. I'm mixing up what the full JIDO, it was the bomb fighting agency. And I remember interviewing the chief scientist there who was in charge of running this investment in kind of what you might call nascent AI. Can we come up with programs that will predict the next IED attack and save lives? And sort of like towards the end of the interview, he just starts kind of ad-libbing, I mean, in a thoughtful way. And he said, you know what, you know, the Taliban are beating us, and they're beating us without the computers, without the technology, without the science, and they're beating us. And I think we oversold ourselves on technology and undersold ourselves on the ability to deal with human beings. I think, you know, Russia might learn that same lesson in Ukraine. It's the same thing there.
Well put. Well, with that, we are out of time, so I'd like to extend a very special thank you to Sharon. Please join me in giving a round of applause.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here.
And we'd be delighted to handle any questions after the fact and look forward to seeing you the rest of the symposium. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Very nice.
Thanks. Well,
Yeah.
I remember reading this stuff.
lot of that IT stuff is just way over my head. But Jim's good with it.
The other thing that I don't like about, I mean, the main reason that I stopped using the VDU is that it's the compression, the H64 is only like base level. It's not high. So
It was probably
even
the time it was built. It was probably personal.
yeah, I don't know. It was never meant as a professional. It's like a prosumer.
Yeah.
So it's just the encoding. It's just not as sharp as the other. I mean, I think nowadays, even there's, iPhone or whatever, potentially it's going to give you.
Yeah.
It just didn't. It just. I mean, it was okay, but it just wasn't. Even if you're sending 1080p, it's just not fuzzy.
Yeah.
Soft.
You know, it's just, not to age myself, but it's just amazing that you can transfer stuff over the internet without a satellite or a microwave truck. You know, without this big $1 million truck.
Yeah, I had a truck, my Vinton tripod at the end of one of the anti-war protests in the Iraq War. They did a live stream, they had a big live shot. So they had a truck, and then somebody threw my tripod into the belly of the truck. I was like, at the end, I was like, where's my tripod? And the truck was gone.
Oh no.
So I had to call the company, and they were like, followed the truck. It was down in Florida, Tennessee.
Oh my God.
Had to wait like a month.
Really?
And thank God I had written down the serial number of the tripod.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't have returned it if I hadn't given them the serial number.
I see. Yeah. It's my tester. It looks like that's a hissy. Like you would hear.
Okay.
But but.
So, yeah, well, this afternoon sounded great, pretty good.
Yeah, but the stuff they have over in that other room is pretty
new,
high tech. But there's a person who really knows how to run it. They usually just have the janitors. run
Oh,
it.
gosh.
They
I don't know if the mics are live.
I'll go and set this to. I think so.
Was the camera plugged in? No, it's on back. Channel 2 input.
Test, 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 test. Testing, okay. Test, test, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3. Don't hear like a echo. Yeah. Testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3, test, test, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Testing, test, test. This is the podium mic. Test, podium mic. Testing, podium mic. Okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. This is what my voice sounds like. That was okay. Testing, 1, 2, 3. This is my, okay.